All right, good morning. Okay, let's see. NVIDIA is moving back up. NVIDIA futures still up 21 handles. Off the best levels for now. Top 10 on the NASDAQ 100, Team Atlassian, Datadog, Strategy, Workday, Apple, Palantir, AppLovin, Adobe, Intuit, and CrowdStrike. We'll see if those stay in the top 10. Top 10 on the S&P 500. Estee Lauder, looked at that yesterday. SIBO, Aon, Datadog, GoDaddy, Paramount Skydance, P-Sky, Paramount Skydance, Workday, Oracle, Apple, and Palantir rounding out the top 10. Merck is trying to get in the top 10. Merck with earnings, I guess. Anyway, if you read the update this morning, okay, we've got resistance overhead at 72.80. Let's look at trace. Okay, go non-zero day. Let me zoom out a little bit. Okay, pretty obvious positive gamma resistance. Again, like yesterday, if you recall, and I believe pretty much all this week, except towards the end of the day, we started off with positive gamma. So the screen is dark purple. You can't really see it on the screen, on the live screen, I don't think. But you can see it up here in the top right where it aligns with the 7280. That's a 99th percentile. So we could possibly test 7290, 7280. NVIDIA just popped. Okay, I don't know what's going on with NVIDIA. That just popped. Oops, I don't want that. I want this NVIDIA. Okay, we got 4 minutes to go, NVIDIA. Let me get this up and running while I'm thinking about it. Okay. Oh, 8-1. Whoops. All right, so NVIDIA, nice little pop here for now. NVIDIA looks good. Okay, so let me go down the list again here. Team Atlassian. I'm looking at a different screen. Atlassian team. Okay, almost overbought on a 3 minute, 1 minute. Okay, Datadog. Workday looks good. Strategy looks good. What's Bitcoin doing? BTC, USD, Bitcoin. Why are these not syncing up? Okay, we got 2 minutes to go. First 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything except checking the markets out, seeing who is trending, take some profits off the table, look for trends to continue after 10 o'clock. Palantir. See, Palantir's got some activity. Got about 30 seconds to go. Let's get ready. Let's see what Palantir looks like. Palantir. Okay, Palantir. Okay. And we're open. All right, see if there's anything. We've got IWM. I got IWM options expiring today. How we're doing there? Okay, Intel's off a little bit more today, taking a break. Palantir gapping up. Palantir. Okay, Palantir with a big gap up. Okay, Robinhood. I noticed that was trading near 74 this morning. Oracle trying to push a bit higher. Oracle. Okay, Bitcoin. Bitcoin, BTC, USD, Bitcoin. Nice rally. Let's see how many stocks we got advancing today. 283. Okay, we had 300. I think it was 356, something like that. 360 by the close yesterday. So we want to see that pick up again. Remember, we have positive gamma. So we're looking for dips to get bought. 7280 is resistance. You can see that positive gamma node up there. There goes Tesla. Okay, all the New York fangs are pointing upward. Okay, so we're pointing upward. So these buyers here, over the last several weeks, we pushed above the 200-day, stalled, but buyers kept showing up. They had that big candle there about 7 days ago. Then prices went sideways, and for the past 3 days, you can see a wicks, 1, 2, 3, at the lows. That means that these buyers are still here. They're still looking for more upside, and the New York fangs all look pretty good right now. So those are most likely going to go. Watching for Netflix. Microsoft is going now. Microsoft looks good. Okay. So far, so good. Nice start to the day. Hope everyone had a good evening. Okay. Okay. S&P. NIMO did dip below zero. It's back to plus 28 now. Plus 22. Plus 22. Okay, futures trying to push higher. We're up 25. Markets look pretty good. NASDAQ 100, 63 stocks advancing. New York fangs are starting to look a little mixed now. Google pulling back. All right, Google, I do want to get into Google, but I don't want to buy it at the high. For those of you in shares, just ignore my conversation about Google. I'm just looking for a little bit of a dip or a flag up here. Okay, we got an inside day for now with Google. Okay, that's okay. What do you need, baby? What do you want? This? You want this? Here you go. All right. NVIDIA. Okay, let's take a look at these real quick. Apple, of course, with earnings. Okay, got a little fade there, but a big gap up on Apple. Apple. Apple gapping up. What were the numbers? What were the numbers Apple reported? Let's see. Apple. Okay. Apple in line, huh? 21% earnings growth. That's still pretty good for a company as big as Apple. There goes strategy. Strategy's on the move. All right, let me just get this here. There goes Bitcoin. Bitcoin going for 80. Headed for 80. All right, this is 60-minute on the right. Okay, RSI is a bit overbought, so don't chase it up here. MSTR, these should be looking good. Coinbase. All right, looks good. Looks good. Let me see. What do I have on Coinbase? I think I have a pretty decent sized position. Coinbase. CONL. Okay. All right, I want to add some shares to Coinbase. Okay, the 60-minute has crossed over. 60-minute on the right is crossing over. Let's go see Coinbase, COIN. So if you're thinking about trading Bitcoin, many of these have turned the corner now. This is 60-minute time frame. We're looking for a move above the 20 MA. There's your Bitcoin. So these, like Coinbase, is kind of lagging right now. Mara, I saw Mondo posted something about Mara last night, about power. Okay, here is Mara. Okay, there's Coinbase, and there, let's see, MicroStrategy, MSTR, and Bitcoin. Okay, first 15 minutes, we're looking for trends. Okay, so many of these stocks are overbought already. AMD just hit the highs. Okay, Google's going to give probably going to give a opportunity pretty soon here. Google, it's a little extended, starting to fade back down towards the 10 EMA or 20 EMA. Watching this area right here for an entry. Okay, it's a little overbought on the 1 minute chart and the 60 minute. Okay. The top 10 on the NASDAQ 100 team at Lazian, Datadog, Workday, AppLovin, Shopify, Strategy, Palantir, Zscaler, Intuit. These are all gapping up, and you can see they're overbought already. Okay, so you don't want to chase this up here. So where are the setups? Where are the setups? Let's see. Energy. Okay, Robinhood just dipped a little bit. Okay, Oracle. Oracle, we've been looking for Oracle to bounce. Okay, we got a nice bounce. Let's look at the Oracle chart. Daily. Okay, Oracle. All right, so this is just a swing. I'm just going to stick with this one, add along the way. Okay, so we're starting phase 2. Okay, so when you break a downtrend, after the phases are obvious, we get a downtrend accumulation. We break the downtrend. The first pullback is usually a little steeper. Once the trend starts to become more obvious, then we won't be testing the 21 day as much. We'll be testing the 9 EMA as we trend. So price will stay between the 9 and 21 day, hopefully above it. So this is probably going to take a few days to head towards the 200 day, but it's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, May the 1st. Anniversary day, 20 years married to my beautiful wife. Maybe she's hearing me. I went out and got flowers this morning, being a good husband. Okay, so Robinhood. Okay, let's look at Robinhood real quick. Robinhood, I have a spread or a iron condor on Robinhood, and it's starting to do what I'm looking for it to do, which is to move back up towards the 50 day, staying within the Bollinger Bands. When I sold the condor, I was thinking Bollinger Bands. I didn't think it would make it as far south as it did, down to 70, but it is what it is. Robinhood dipping a little bit to 73 and change right now. You could take that off if you want. I'm going to wait. That expires next week. Okay. Expires next week. So it's really going to kick in the theta over the weekend. Robinhood. Okay, what else? What's looking good here? CoreWeave. CoreWeave has been on our radar. We did buy some CoreWeave a few weeks back. CRWG. So that's the two times CoreWeave leveraged. Okay, so I'll sit in this one probably, I don't know, probably months now. One of the first questions a lot of new traders will ask, well, how long are you going to hold on to this? First time you see profits, you're like, oh, I want to take profits. I'm looking at this longer term. So I'm looking at the weekly and looking for CoreWeave to turn back up. This is the leverage ETF, CRWV. I'm looking for this to get back up to, we said this is 382 Fibonacci, 50% is 135, I believe. We looked at that. CoreWeave, CRWV. CoreWeave. I didn't put it on here. Okay, well. CoreWeave. I thought I did. No. Okay, well, 50% is like 135. Okay, so we'll be in this one looking for this to follow through. So it's not moving just yet. There it goes, though. And just as I said that, it starts to spike. Okay. CoreWeave spiking. CoreWeave looking good. AMD ripping. Move your stops on these. Okay, moving our stops up on these. Core weave. We don't want to be cavalier. You know, I want to swing this, but if this were to drop for some reason through the 21 day, I might be interested in leaving the position. Okay, let's see. APA, energy, inside day. Okay. AMD, let's see. Oracle, we just talked about Oracle. That's looking pretty good. So Apple, a lot of these tech stocks held very well. There goes Apple starting to bounce. A lot of these tech stocks held through earnings. Microsoft gap down along with Meta, but these are starting to catch a little bit of a bid here. What can we do here? Google looking like it might set up a day trade. Same thing with Tesla. Tesla's fading a little bit, so watch Tesla. What I like to look for in a day trade, okay, is for RSI to get oversold, as you know, and then look for price action to start rising. 1 minute, 3 minute. Now, if you don't want to trade the morning session, you can wait until the evening. A lot of times these will dip in the evening, like you see here at 1 o'clock on Tesla. And then it went from 377, 378 up to 384. So that was a nice rally. It doesn't mean it's going to happen every time, but if you miss the morning run, don't chase. Whatever you do, don't chase, and especially don't buy if RSI is up here above 70, okay? Wait. Because if you wait, you get a better entry. You don't chase. Once prices start to reverse and move above the moving averages, this is the 10 and the 20 MA. Okay, so we're just looking for this to continue. You put a stop underneath 377, and then in this case, the stock worked very well. Okay, Apple. Okay, let's look at Apple. Apple just had a little bit of selling there. Still hanging out at 50 on RSI, MACD, watching the volume. Okay, looks like we might dip a little bit more profit taking in Apple. Okay. Tesla. Okay, Tesla. A little fade there. Broadcom still looking pretty good. Okay, Tesla. Watching RSI. Apple. Apple had a nice gap up. Apple, big. Okay, there goes Apple. Other next, very quick little dip there. Turning back up. All right, so Apple looks like it's going to get something going here. Okay, so we're breaking out. So we got this level over here at 288. That would be the next level. Weekly. Okay, so this looks pretty good, actually. You got a run up during 25. We consolidate for 6, 7 months, 8 months. Now we're trying to break out. If this does go, looks like it will. I didn't catch any of the conference call. Did you guys catch Apple conference call or any of the commentary? Did they say good things? What's their strongest? Their strongest. I'm going to do a little digging right now, but what's their strongest services? New laptops. CoreWeave looks good. Yep. Yeah, CoreWeave. You can also use CRWG. CRWG. That's what I have 2 times leveraged. All right, I'm going to delete that. Oh, I got my power off here. That's not good. Delete. All right. Okay, Palantir with a big gap up, of course. Still needs to clear 155. Palantir kind of went to sleep. People, looks like they put money elsewhere. Got NVIDIA taking a little hit here. NVIDIA. Okay, Coinbase, a little bit of a pullback. Okay, NVIDIA, same thing. All right, these are getting oversold now. Okay, got to get above the 60-minute. AMD is above the 60-minute, 20 MA. Now it's fading a little bit. Intel, all right, so Intel on the 60-minute, looking for a nice little pop there on Intel. Okay, let me see my Intel position. Do I want to keep this whole thing or do I want to sell some of this? Looking pretty good. Let's go take a look at Trace real quick. Okay, Trace is turning down. 72.80 is a 99 percentile, so that'll be a level to look at today. Early. 99th percentile. Maybe we maybe we test that today. What is that? That is the implied move high. Okay, let's see here. 72.80, 72.80, 99 percentile. SPX. 72.80 possible. Apple's on the move. Okay, if we can get Apple, Microsoft, and all these New York FANGs to go, that would be a big if. But Google currently oversold on the 1-minute chart, 3-minute chart, 5-minute chart. We could get a bounce there. Watch Google. Broadcom's a little overbought up here at the high. Don't chase it. AMD, same thing. Intel, Palantir. Let's see, Intel. ARM Holdings. Okay, ARM is building, continues to push. ARM, I have January 270s. Okay, that was a big strike. A lot of flow came in early in the week. January 270s. I'll probably add some a little lower, something like a 40 or 50 delta once this gets going. ARM Holdings, filling the gap. Still got a little ways to go to take out the 52-week highs. Top 10 staying pretty strong. We've got 245 stocks advancing, so right at 50-50. The effort seems to be in tech right now, so watch tech. semiconductors, software, etc. 70 out of 100 on the Qs, 100 stocks on the Qs, the NASDAQ 100. 70 stocks are advancing. S&P 500, we're right at 50-50. IWM, what are you doing, IWM? IWM. Okay, all right, so they're pulling that back a bit, IWM. Okay. All right, so NIMO is at +8. +8. It was +22 to start. All right, so we got a lot of mixed signals right now. NVIDIA just pulled back. Intel's trying to go some more. Okay, that's a 60-minute on the right. So Intel going for 100. Can we hit 100? Intel? Looks like we're going to hit 100. Okay, looks good. Okay, Intel, I have the 9110 call spread for March of next year. That was based on what we saw in terms of option flow. So we're in the money and we're looking for 110. Okay, so 9110. Apple's still pushing, pretty strong. GoPro, watching for that to follow through. What's Oracle looks okay. All right. Got a pretty big position in ORCX shares and Oracle options. ORCX and Oracle options. Looking for that to continue. IONQ, still looking for that to bounce and follow through. Okay, let's see what's working aside from the obvious. Okay, here's the S&P 500. Dow Jones first. Dow Jones first. Apple, Merck, CRM. All right, notice the wick on the top of the candle. So we've got profit taking. It's a Friday. IBM. Okay, coming out of this little base here. IBM. Apple still pushing. Cisco continuation. Higher highs, higher lows. That looks good. The weekly time frame on Cisco looks good. Just don't chase it. Wait for opportunities. We're starting to pull back, so you might get an opportunity to buy some Cisco on a pullback for a day trade. RSI gets oversold. NVIDIA still pulling back here. NVIDIA. Okay, 60-minute. And NVIDIA needs to get above the 60-minute 20 EMA. It looks like it's basing up here. AMD pulled back a little bit. ARM Holdings trying to go. Okay, and NVIDIA is still pulling back. Amazon having a nice little runner here. Amazon, I did want to buy some Amazon. Amazon's above the 20 EMA. So if I wanted to buy something, I'd buy Amazon over NVIDIA. Why would I do that? Well, for one thing, Amazon's above the 20 EMA. The 20 EMA is up and to the right. And if we look at the daily, we're right at the highs. You might say, well, NVIDIA looks pretty good too. But if you look at NVIDIA yesterday, not so good. So if you look at the 60-minute on NVIDIA, we're below the 20 EMA, and the likelihood is we could move back, move a little bit lower, unless we see somebody come in and start buying. But to compare the two, I'd rather buy Amazon because it's above the 20 EMA and starting to push right now. Look at the 1-minute chart, 3-minute chart, oversold at the open. Little dip there, following through. Looks like Amazon's going to run if you're interested. Amazon looking good for a day trade. Okay. Amazon day trade. Working from RSI oversold. Okay. Okay, Apple starting to flag here. NVIDIA. Okay, let's see what the winners are here. Team and Lazian still looking good. Team. Thinkorswim slow. Okay, STX. Seagate following through. That's above the 60, right? 60/20 MA. Seagate Technologies breaking out. STX. STX breaking out. Seagate looks good. Let's still get the daily. Daily trending. STX daily bullish and trending. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, STX looks good. Datadog. Datadog looks pretty good. Trending. Strategy. Strategy looks like it wants to keep going. MSTR. Okay. So once we clear 183, this is going to look good. If you're buying strategy or Coinbase or any of those stocks today, just put a stop under today's low. These should work. Okay. Stop under today's low would be like under the 50-day. For Coinbase, Mara. Mondo mentioning Mara last night. I believe it was. Riot. Gapping up. New highs on Riot. What's IONQ look like? IONQ inside day. QBTS. D-Wave. Okay. And what's the other one? Rigetti. RGTI. Okay. Inside day for these. So back to what is working. Okay. Visa, Apple turned back up to the high of the day. Continuation. Amazon does look good. Okay, there goes Intel. Intel on the move. All right, we're going to hit 100 on Intel. Intel's going to headed for 100. Okay, big follow through on Intel. Looks good. Intel, thank you so much. Robinhood. Okay, what's Robinhood doing? Robinhood turning back up. Okay, yeah, Robinhood turning back up. Robinhood, another good one. Okay, Robinhood off the low. We know that Kathy Woods has been buying. Robinhood. Uh, 73. Robinhood looks good. Intel. Future's still pushing here. All right, so all right. Strategy still grinding higher. IWM reversing, turning back up. IWM. ARM. Okay, here goes ARM. Okay, ARM on the move. Okay, Robinhood chopping around. ARM Holdings looking pretty good here. ARM, ARM. ARM's on the move. Okay, ARM, 60-minute, 20 MA, turned up, so we're bullish off of that. Little fade afternoon yesterday, but we're looking good here now. ARM Holdings. Oracle, low fade now, a little profit taking. Okay, CoreWeave. CoreWeave. CRWV. CoreWeave looks like it wants to keep going. Apache, what are the energy stocks doing? They're taking a break today. Oil down, crude oil. USO. Okay. ARM holdings following through. ARM. Bullish. ARM holdings looking good. Okay. ARM. ARM. Oversold at the open. Rising. MACD following through. Okay. ARM. AMD starting to recover a bit. Intel. We there yet? And whoa, there goes Intel. Holy smokes. Okay, looking good. CRWG, Bitcoin, BITX, looking for a follow through. Okay, maybe I'll sell some of these shares. I have BITX as well. BITX. Okay, that's grinding higher. BITX 60-minute, 20 MA above the 20 MA on the 60-minute time frame. That's a bullish indication. There goes Intel. Looking good. Intel. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. Okay, Intel. Was it Nokia was talking about doubling their revenue? Nokia is gone here. Okay. Look at the frickin' volume on Nokia. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Okay, looks good. All right, just watching as strategy continues higher, futures are rising. Let me just shift here to Trace so you can watch that. Okay, just taking a couple of notes here. All right. Okay. Trending. Apple. Okay, Apple. Still going, Apple. Still going. Nokia, Apple. Wow, Apple's looking really pretty here. There goes strategy. I'm just letting things run. Let these run right now. Okay, Intel at 99 and change. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me just look at this Intel position. Okay, so looks good. Intel, I have March 2027. March 2027 leaps. I'm just going to leave these alone. I have the 9110. That was due to some flows that I saw in March, right? I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Intel. So I'm going to swing that, obviously. Intel, let's go to March and see what that looks like. Lots of open interest still there. Got some nice flow. Okay, looks good. So the 90 is a 70 delta. So that's going to appreciate like price action. Okay, that looks good. Okay, Nokia. Very happy with Nokia. We bought, my son and I bought the 5 strike calls for April. That was thanks to Joel. Now that the company is rebranding itself, basically saying on um, the 23rd when they had earnings, they're essentially rebranding as an AI infrastructure play this week. Okay, management just raised their 2026 network infrastructure growth forecast to 14%. Previously, it was 6 to 8%. So they basically doubled their forecast revenue. The kicker, they specifically cited hyper growth in AI related markets and a 49% surge in net sales to AI and cloud customers. Net sales, 49%. Not gross, net. That's crazy. That's crazy. Um, Argus upgraded. Several others upgraded to buy last week. Was it on the 20? No, it was on the 29th, right? Let me see. It was it 29th? I think it was the 29th. I think it was Wednesday. Wednesday, 29th. Yeah, it was on the 29th. So that was only 2 days ago. So that should continue. Apple, a little profit taking at the moment. Nokia looks good. Huge. Huge. All right, strategy's still going. So Coinbase, Bitcoin, BITX, several others. Bitcoin is trending. Okay, BITX, MSTR, Coin, BTC. Trending. Okay, so yeah, this is looking really good. No, it wasn't. It wasn't Andrew. Did you get it? Did you get in Amazon? Okay, I did not catch it. No. Talked about it. Okay, looks good. Apple's still fading a little bit. Okay. AMD, Intel at the highs. Apple. Nokia and okay, Nokia. Nokia looking good. Okay, Nokia is still going, looking good. All right, Nokia. All right, just letting things run right now. I'm not doing anything. A lot of these stocks are getting overbought, so I don't want to chase. I'm glad I went out to June and July for many of these positions, so I don't have to worry about or be too concerned. Let's see, United Health has been up. Tesla, what are you doing, Tesla? Tesla trying to turn up. Okay, let's take a look at Tesla. Tesla. TSLA. Tesla. Okay, so we want to clear the 50-day. Once we clear the 50-day, we'll start adding. All right, I have TSLL shares. I have a fairly large position in TSLL shares. I'll probably start adding like a couple hundred shares here and there. Tesla's looking good. So one of our members is listening in Istanbul. I hope you're having a good day, Ursel. He flies all over the country, all over the world, really. Used to own a lot of I think you said you owned a lot of hotels, right? And sold them all at some point. Um, Happy Friday from yeah, hope mom's doing good. All right. All right, there goes Intel. Intel. Yeah, Nokia looks good. And okay. Look at that volume. Look at the daily volume. Holy smokes. That's nice. Look at that volume. And MACD. Hoi, hoi, hoi. Nokia. Nokia. Intel. All right, we're about to tag 100. Intel's about to tag 100. Mm-hmm. Intel, thank you very much, Intel. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we got profit taking. Profit taking. It's Friday. Intel's gone. Wow, look at Intel. Look at Intel torturing the bears. Okay, we're getting close. They're going to sell our even number. I would imagine they would. Comfort Inns in Washington State. Yeah, it makes sense. You would. You said Washington, not D.C. 2 Comfort Inns in Washington and 1 in Coordale, Idaho. Idaho's nice. Nice skiing up there. Yeah, enjoy yourself, right? Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think Nvidia invested a lot in Nokia as well. Mhm. Okay. Shorts are trapped. Shorts are trapped. Many hedge funds were shorting Nokia as a legacy telecom play that was losing out to Ericsson. The squeeze, Nvidia investment combined with Nokia's recent guidance raise has forced those shorts to liquidate. Nokia. Okay, May. Yeah, so apparently Nokia issued Jensen shares at $6.01 specifically for Jensen. All right, so Nokia. Okay, it's a good Friday. Not the Good Friday, but a Good Friday. All right, so 99 percentile, 72.80, getting very close to that. Hedge flow starting to taper off. We got this is going to be resistance, of course. Okay, they're stacked up here below 7,300. So I don't see it making it past this level. But you never know. I mean, 99 percentile hasn't held recently. AMD pulling back, Intel pulling back from the highs. Okay. So we got another nice race to the highs in many of these. Let's see what Baker Hughes is looking like. Baker Hughes into the AI infrastructure picks and shovels play. Baker Hughes. Okay. It's flat to up. Doji at the highs. Baker Hughes. Okay, let me go ahead and take these off. Baker Hughes. I got the 70 strike as my top, as my max profit. So I need to take these off. 65.70 on Baker Hughes. Could make a few more pennies out of this. Baker Hughes, Baker Hughes taking some profits on some 65.70 call spreads at the offer. Let's see if they hit my offer. It's only 10 cents higher. They should. All right, so we're pushing a bit higher. Something's pushing higher. What's moving here? What is moving? Okay, Tesla. Okay, Tesla's pushing up. All right, looks good. All right, so let's take a look at some of these short-term trades. Tesla. Okay, Tesla's still going. RSI is overbought a little bit. 60-minute on the right. I decided to go to the 60-minute on the right for now instead of the daily. I'll shift back and forth, but I'm going to keep the 60-minute up for the most part as we potentially day trade. The market's looking really good. S&P. This is not what excuse me. Not what I anticipated. Not what I anticipated for the week. I thought we would consolidate more. This is week number 5. Okay, so I think I've probably hit this a lot. So let me just say this one more time. Okay. So I'm going to look at this candle right there. Okay. So we're going to compare the two. All right. So in April 25 last year, President Trump talked about tariffs, and then shortly thereafter, around April the 7th or 9th, I forget what day that pivot was. I think it was the 9th. Anyway, we got this pivot, ran back up. We hit the previous high, similar to what we did 3 weeks ago. We hit the previous high, and we followed through. Then I started talking about, okay, we'll feel a little bit extended because we run up for 3 weeks straight, unimpeded, kind of what we did over here. So um, rewind back to this candle right here, this first candle above the breakout level, this candle right here, that white, that candle right there. What happened after? We started to hesitate a little bit, but then we started to catch, this is the weekly time frame, started to catch a bid, and we stayed above the 10 EMA on the weekly until we hit the highs again. So the potential for more highs, while it's not the same condition, earnings are good. You saw Apple earnings; they were in line. Um, Microsoft did good, right? But they still talking about infrastructure. Nokia's getting so some of the picks and shovels plays are what a lot of people are looking at, and as a consequence, okay, as a consequence, we broke out above this level, and we have the potential to continue to move higher. Why is that? Why is that, Penny? Because the broader market is getting involved. Okay, the broader market. We had a fade yesterday, and you recall the New York Stock Exchange. This is the New York Stock Exchange. 2,400 components moved higher. So that told us that there was some improvement in breadth. So we looked at breadth. Okay, breadth is pushing higher. Now it's just oscillating around the zero line. So this could be better, but it's not overbought either. Not overbought. So think about the chart. Think about this weekly chart. We're pushing higher, but we're not overbought. We're not overbought. So the potential for follow through is there. Whether or not we do is another story because I can't tell you what institutions are going to do from day to day. But breadth looks pretty good. This oscillator down below, this is the New York Stock Exchange stocks that are advancing versus the total. And that's climbing. So that's telling you that they're buying more than they're selling. Junk bonds, we want to look at junk bonds because these traders will enter the markets when they think it's safe. Right now, I would say this is neutral to could be bearish. So this is a negative signal. However, we have other signals. Okay, we have other signals like Bitcoin. Bitcoin is bullish at the moment. Bitcoin. I'll go back to the charts that you didn't see there for a sec. But Bitcoin's rising. Okay, let me go back a little bit here. Okay, that's the New York Stock Exchange. That participated yesterday. Prior to that, prior to that, we had this weekly time frame. I was talking about this and I didn't realize you couldn't see it. So let me show you again. So it's this candle right there that I'm thinking about. Okay, after the tariff situation, and then it was a good time to buy, a great time to buy, the president said. We broke above this previous high. And then what did we do? We just kept trending along the 10 EMA weekly. While it was a different time to a certain degree, earnings were pretty good. Just like now, earnings are very good. So, similar to this candle, we broke out 2 weeks ago. This is the third week, 5 weeks in a row straight up. Not exactly overbought. I'm not that concerned about it. And this is why the New York Stock Exchange and breadth is telling us that this could continue. We're not overbought. If we were overbought, if we were up here plus 30%, I would say yeah. But we're oscillating around the zero line, which means we could still just make these intraday, intra-week ranges, but we have a bias to the upside. And we can see that in Trace, right? Who would have thought who would have thought 7,300 would even be discussed this week? I didn't. I thought 7150 was going to be at 7180, and then we hit 7200, and then we're above 7200, and where does it stop? You got companies like Nokia doing doing really well. Small cap, albeit, but partnerships, picks and shovels plays. This is a picks and shovel play. Baker Hughes, picks and shovels. Okay, Baker Hughes, that's a picks and shovels play, right? So a lot of people are thinking, okay, the energy has come out of NVIDIA, stocks like NVIDIA, and it's going into picks and shovels plays. It makes sense to me that that's what would be the case, okay? NVIDIA still having difficulty. It's eventually going to break out, so I'm not in a hurry to do anything. I'm certainly not going to sell my position. This will get going. This will get going. All right, so stochastics oscillating back down, MACD turning back down. You can see all 3 time frames are turning. All right, so we're probably going to move back down into this range. This is going to be a year range after a while if this keeps up. Maybe they sneak by and they pop this higher. But stocks like Intel are doing fine. Intel's doing just fine. Big range here too. All right, 6-month range, we break out. AMD, pretty decent range there, about 6 to 7 months. We break out. All 3 MACDs are higher. So look at the difference between these MACDs and NVIDIA. So the money is flowing into other names, which is fine with me. Fine by me. Marvell. Okay, Marvell. Big range there too. 6-month range, breakout. RSI a little bit overbought right now, but look at all 3 time frames. Okay, the intermediate and long term are still very bullish. The short term, it's a little bit of profit taking. What about what did I want to look at? Oh, Texas Instruments. Texas Instruments. Okay. I guess you could look at a weekly. Big range on a weekly. Finally broke out above 225, 230. All right. So this got I got about a 100-point range above this. So 330 possible. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So picks and shovels. Baker Hughes. Okay. Baker Hughes. We were talking. Okay. Baker Hughes. I'm trying to get out. I have the 65-70 call spread. So I'll take that off as soon as I can get hit here. Okay, they're sneaking their bid up. I'm 5 cents away. I could take the bid. I'm only going to be out about $50. I got 10 of these. So let me go ahead and take that. I'll take their bid. Cancel. Take the bid. No? All right, well, the hell with it. Hell with it. I'll withdraw my bid. You don't want to take it? Okay, they're gonna start pulling it back. Nah, I'm not gonna play that game. I'm not gonna play that game. So they showed a bid. Now they're lowering their bid. I'm gonna cancel my order. Tell them to go F themselves. Okay. You could have got out. You could have got me at 3. All right. So Baker Hughes. All right. So the chips, picks and shovels play. Baker Hughes, Cummins engines. All of these guys are making generator sets for these big data centers, right? They have to provide their own power. The government's not going to let them absorb all the power of the grid because then we'll be sitting here in the dark. So they have to provide their own power. Cummins International, Caterpillar, Generac, Kohler. I don't think that's a public company. Kohler and Baker Hughes. Those are the ones that I know of that are producing these big generators the size of a bus, Greyhound bus, sitting on the property. Costco has those. Costco has been buying those forever. Those sit out in the parking lot. Go by a Costco and check out the generator sitting in the parking lot in the back of the property. Okay, Nvidia's starting to bounce. All right, so here's a setup potentially. I don't know if it's too overbought yet, but look at Nvidia. Okay, so if you're looking for day trades, what I like to do is look at the 1-minute chart. Okay, when it gets oversold, there you go. There's your trade. There's your trade. I'm a little bit behind because I wasn't paying attention. That's $2 right there. So a 50 delta call that would have made you $100. 5 of those would have made you 500. You exit the market, you're done for the day. $500 a day. That's $10,000 a month. Simple strategy. Now, what else would I look at? Well, I probably wouldn't take this particular play only because I like the 60-minute to also be trending. That's the only stipulation. So if I look at something like Microsoft, right? Microsoft, it's about to move above the 20 MA. So with Microsoft, if it were to get oversold like it is right now, it's below 50, it's starting to turn back up now. This is probably going to be a good play because you can see what's happening. Microsoft, look at the volume. Okay, so institutions are buying this dip. So they shook the tree a little bit. People freaked out because it didn't follow through, didn't break out. But it's above the 50-day. 50-day is flat. Bollinger Bands are coming together. Bollinger Bands are telling us that we're probably going to consolidate right in this area. Okay, so we're probably going to consolidate right in here somewhere above the 50-day. But it looks like we're definitely going to head this way. Microsoft. So with Microsoft, I'd be looking at the 60-minute, about to move back above. I'd look at the 1 minute and say, okay, this looks pretty good actually. Maybe this has been showing us recently a lower low later in the evening. So watch for this to make a lower low, RSI to make a higher low. This might be good enough though. Institutions do appear to be buying. Okay, so that's Microsoft. Let's look at some other ones. Let's look at Intel's overbought, I'm sure. Sure of it, Intel. Okay, so Intel, whenever Intel, okay, the first thing I look at is Intel 60-minute, right? I know for the last few weeks that the probability of me taking a day trade on Intel is pretty high. Not only is stochastic rising, okay, stochastic and MACD rising, especially on the daily, okay. So this is telling me when stochastic is rising or embedded, look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. What does that mean, Benny? It means that if you buy the dip, if you buy dips like over here, you see that dip right there, RSI? If you buy that dip, the likelihood is we're going to close in the upper half of the daily range. Not every day, but for the most part, we'll close in the upper half. So do I want to buy here in the high of the day, or do I want to buy a little bit lower if it dips? Okay, so I'm watching for this to dip. Doesn't mean it will. I still have a position. I don't care. I'll keep going. 110 is my max profit area. I'll have to do something with my spreads at that point. I have the 90-110 spread for March. Plenty of time. Theta won't be an issue. Nokia, I'm probably going to do something else with Nokia in addition to what I already have, the 13 strike calls, Nokia. Okay, now Nokia is at the high. We know that 60-minute is trending or extended. So the 1 minute, when it gets oversold, that'll be your opportunity. Does that make sense? Daily and 60-minute are bullish. Stochastics is rising. Stochastic rising or embedded is telling me to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range for the most part. Not every single day. It's not a guarantee. But when stochastics is rising, a function of price is telling me that if this dip, if we pull back, it's most likely going to get bought. It's a Friday, so maybe not the best situation for a day trade. I know that sounds a little ambiguous, but there's a lot of things going through my head at the same time as I take a day trade. This looks okay. And I got a swing. So this is coming back pretty quickly now. So, and it's not that much. Nokia. Tesla. We said Tesla was looking good, right? Tesla. Yeah, Tesla got oversold yesterday before the close. Dipped a little bit this morning. Quickly got back above 50. Price action moved above the 100 period moving average, that red line. And the moving averages turned up and to the right. Strategy's still going. Okay, so we got a pretty decent bid in the Bitcoin stocks, BITX. Okay, get a little dip there. See how you got oversold, turned it back up. Look at the 60-minute. Okay, above the 60-minute 20 MA. It gapped up, so Bitcoin does trade 24/7. Okay, so it'll trade tomorrow, Sunday. Intel's hanging in there. All right, so it looks pretty good today. Pretty good day. All right, let's go see what the S&P 500 is doing. S&P 500 winner, Paramount Skydance. Okay, this might be a trade. It's okay. So you got a higher low, Paramount Skydance. So they're buying Warner Brothers, right? I don't know that it's going to do them so much good, but hey, that's what they're doing. 60-minute back above the 20 MA. So what do I look for next? I go, okay, it's overbought right now. So I wouldn't buy it up here, but I would be waiting for a dip. And it's $11 stock. So what can you lose? A couple of points. Look at stochastic. Oh, this is ready to springboard. Lee Star used to love this type of look. You got stochastics turning. You got MACD about to turn. Back above a key moving average. Bollinger Band's fairly tight. John Carter would like this too because it's starting to squeeze. Is today the day to buy? Probably not, but it'll probably squeeze for the next couple of days. So mark that down on your list. Paramount Skydance, you might want to take a look at a trade. If you want to buy something and you don't want to worry about the consolidation, you don't care if you have to wait a week or so, buy some leaps. Buy next year. Buy June. Buy some in the money, 60, 70 deltas. Buy one. Buy two, whatever. Tesla, again, Tesla looking good. It's above the 50-day now. All right, last time we got above the 50-day, we got rejected at the 200-day. So we've got about 15 points to go to get back to the 200-day. This looks pretty good. Look at the 60-minute. Okay, so this is a setup. And looking at the 1-minute. Okay, so you just want to wait until this gets oversold a little bit. So Tesla could be your only trade today. Just come back and look at it in a half an hour, 45 minutes. Take your cell phone with you. Go play golf. Go hit some balls. Go to the swimming pool. Go out by the swimming pool. Wait. See what happens. If we dip a little bit before, say 2 o'clock, you might have a day trade there. Trade for 30 minutes and you make your $500. 550 delta calls. That could do it for you. Okay, so Intel turning back up. Intel. All right, Intel's determined. Okay, Intel. Not a weak one today. Okay, briefly got below 50. MACD turned back up. The other thing is, if you have a MACD, that also helps a bit. I mean, they're basically showing the same thing: momentum and strength of trend. Momentum, MACD momentum, RSI strength of trend. So the trend weakens, we wait for it to get oversold, like it was over there at 3 o'clock yesterday, and then you buy. Put a stop on the low of the day. I realize I'm talking a lot. It's because the markets are just trending. There's not a whole lot to do except just to hold on to your positions. If you're taking new positions, make sure you're looking at your daily, 60-minute, and intraday charts. 1 minute, 5 minute, whatever you use. Okay, we're going to hit 100 right here, right now. Nokia. Okay. They're not going to let this push over 100. Nokia. Intel, sorry. Intel. 99. 99.
It's a great question. There's no doubt that there's some disconnect at some level between how we're feeling and how the stock market is going. And that's not a new thing. I think that's been around through market cycles for a really long time, and nor is financial anxiety a new thing either. The linchpin of a good
There
financial
we
plan
go.
is just to
Boom.
anchor back on what you're trying to achieve with your money. What are
There
the
we
things
go.
that
We
you
just
want to do
popped
most
above
for your
100.
loved ones and for your lifestyle? And if you've already pulled a
There we go. Okay, so look at AMD. All right. So AMD is off a little bit, but that doesn't matter. John was looking at this one yesterday, right? Got overbought. Excuse me, got oversold. Okay, watch AMD right here. AMD is set up on the 1 minute. AMD, 1 minute RSI is setting up a long day trade. I see you, Joel. I'll get to you in a second here. Okay, so back to Intel. Okay, so what did I thought that we would get rejected at 100. All right. Um, Intel. Okay, what's Robinhood doing? Robinhood. Okay, Robinhood turning back up. All right, so Robinhood, another one, right? Here's Robinhood. Okay, so you don't need to trade 15 different stocks, okay? If your goal is to make 500 bucks a day, I would suggest studying this particular strategy. Watch your 60-minute, needs to be trending up and to the right. I'm talking long trades at the moment because the markets are moving higher. Watch your 60-minute. If it's trending, if it's above the 20 MA, here's Robinhood, okay? Robinhood. It's not quite there yet. So I don't know that I would do Robinhood so much as I would do something like, I don't know, Microsoft's about to cross the 20 EMA. That's showing strength, which is telling me that they're buying. Look at the volume. Okay. So they bought the dip. I might be inclined to do something like Microsoft if it got over. You can see the 60 minutes moving off of oversold. 1 minute's trending. It dips a couple of times below 50, but now it's moving up. It's a grinder. But, you take 5 50 delta calls. If you make $2, if you can make $2, if you can see $2 as a probability, that alone will make you 500 bucks. So 5 50 delta calls, move $2, that's 500 bucks. 50 delta is going to move 50 cents. Okay, for every point move. So 2 points is going to make you $1. So you got 5 of those calls, it's going to make you 500 bucks. Just remember 50 delta and 5. 2 points, going to get 2 points. Okay, watching Microsoft. Can we make it to 416? That would be $2. The problem is day traders, a lot of them will do something like this and won't be paying attention to another trade that's not working. And that's going to work against your $500 a day. So focusing on one or two positions where you can have them sitting right in front of you where you can watch them. If the one of them doesn't work or both doesn't work, you stop out and you go to the next trade or you take the trades off. But don't go to like 3 or 4 or 5 positions doing this because unless you got an algo doing it for you, you may miss a pullback, and that's going to hurt your 500 bucks a day strategy or goal. We're looking for $2 on Microsoft. Oracle. All right, here's another one. Here's Oracle. All right, so Oracle, we know the dailies broke a downtrend, or Oracle broke the downtrend. Okay, so here's the 1 minute. 1 minute still climbing. No setup here yet. 60-minute back above the 20 MA. Okay, so for the last week or so, we've pulled back Oracle, and we're starting phase two. So This is what's great about Oracle is you can be day trading this for the next 6 months probably, off and on the long side. Why? Because we broke a downtrend. We've shifted from phase three distribution to phase four markdown, characterized by price being below the 50-day, to phase one accumulation. Pretty obvious. You see the volume by price bands over there. That's where all the volume has been traded. Breaking out of the base, we break the downtrend, we get above the 50-day, volume picks up, MACD stochastic rise. Prices make the initial surge. People get anxious or they want to chase it. They wind up buying right here. And then the initial surge, some profit takers come in, it starts to pull back, and they say, oh, shit, I did it again. I bought the high. Now it's going to pull back on me. It's going to take out the low, whatever. And those people gets taken out. And eventually, the people who realize what's going on here start to buy again. Okay. They start to buy again. Now, we need to see the confirmation. But what happens is we start to trend here, and we'll no longer start to move as significantly lower as phase two starts to pick up, because that's the markup phase. That's where institutions are obviously marking up shares in their positions, keep raising their bids, and prices will start trending nice and smoothly. And usually we'll come back maybe to the 9 EMA, 21-day, not so much as the 9 EMA as it starts to trend. As this starts to mature, phase two picks up, and we push through the 200-day. That's going to be the next target, obviously. I'm looking at this for next year as a swing, keep going. I have ORCX shares. They're going to do just fine. What's Chevron's turning back up? All right, so Oracle looks really good, but the 1 minute is overbought, so I wouldn't buy it unless I wouldn't day trade it unless it pulls back a little bit. Okay, what else? Chevron looks like it's doing okay. Okay, so you can see it oversold. You got a higher low in RSI, a lower low in price. You got a bullish divergence where RSI is telling you strength, price is telling you shakeout. Institutions will do this a lot of times. They'll take out the low because they know there's a lot of liquidity down here. Liquidity being stops. Okay, people that went long have a stop down here. So, oh, shoot, I get stopped out. How many times have you said, oh, they took my stop and then they reversed it? This is why, because they're hunting for liquidity, turn it back up. Then you can see this is about to go right here. Chevron, okay, 292. Can you get to 294, 295? 294 was the high of the day. RSI is going. It'd be a bit more risky, but an at the money call or a 50 delta, probably going to go here. Chevron. Let's see what Apache's doing. Excuse me, Apache. Okay, Apache coming off of oversold. See it? I mean, this is so obvious a lot of times. Now you did have a lower low this time on RSI, but over here, more recently, 1045 going into 11, we got a higher low, and prices are moving above the 10 EM, the 100 period moving average. So we're looking for this to turn, and all of these to turn up and to the right. So it's a little early. APA, Halliburton. Excuse me, I get something stuck in my throat. Devon Energy. Okay, these are all turning. ConocoPhillips, gap down. Oversold again. See RSI, higher low, back above the 100. Okay, let's see here. What else is working? Charter Communications. Communications have been off the last couple of days thanks to Meta. What's Netflix doing? Netflix trying to get above 95. Netflix had a pretty good candle yesterday, right? Netflix. So looking for that to continue. We're at the 50-day. All right, so people are trained to think once it hits a major moving average, take some profits off. So that's what's happening right here. We'll see if this can continue, but RSI is turning up. Look at the 60-minute. All right, so we're just beginning a new trend, it looks like. Okay, we're talking the next few days. This needs to continue. Maybe it continues into the next few weeks. Day trade, close, but you're seeing a flat 100 period, so that's not as good as over here where we had an upward sloping. So I wouldn't do anything with Netflix only because they flat, and it's Friday. Okay. I hope you're picking up on some of this for the new traders. For the older traders that know what they're doing, you probably your eyes are glazing over. Um, but I'm searching for trades as well. So okay, Oracle, we like Oracle. Estee Lauder talked about that yesterday. How the retailers look good, like Walmart breaking out, TJ Maxx turning, Ross stores trending, BJ's coming off the low, Costco about to break out. Casey's General Stores that Brother Bill likes. Casey's is trending. I'd probably, if I were Bill, I'm not telling you what to trade, but I'd be trading, leaps. This trend has been intact for a while, though. That's the only other thing. It's starting to get a bit extended, so yeah, tough to trade that one. But it's a good store, good company. Costco. By contrast, Costco has been basing. Same thing we're dealing with on Nvidia. Once this breaks out, we'll have a good setup for a longer term trade. Intel's still hanging out at 100. Okay, initially got rejected at 100. Intel. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, May the 1st. I got to take about a 5-minute break. I'll be right back.
Sometimes they are all supporting the same thing, but they don't know each other. Sometimes they are hugging and crying when it's final minutes or final penalty. And this is an emotion that cannot be replicated. It's only when the game starts that you see people with atmosphere and behind the game. So I love both sides, the business one, but also at the time. But is it a big sell of it? It's an important moment for the brands. And during the month that happens, depending on the country, you see very uplift. So think about Brazil. So business bigger than life. So the whole country stops to watch. And then you have places like you go to Korea, Japan, where people watch and they enjoy the sport, but life continues regardless what goes on during the World Cup. So the lift can be a good lift globally when you have the events, and the lift is often big for the host country, but it happens globally. So it's a good occasion for us. So how do you plan for this type of event, whether it's supply chain, or you spend more time in marketing, like how is the time spent? How is the time? So this is one thing that people sometimes don't know, but it's a great topic to talk because it is a huge amount of people involved on that. And believe you or not, but on the day that the last World Cup ended, our plans started to execute here in the US this summer. So we have people that they are dedicated in the whole cycle for 4 years to plan everything. So how we change our packaging, how we organize the communication, how we bring customers and consumers from other countries to host them here in the local market, to the packaging that we're going to have, to the campaigns that we're going to run across the globe. So we have a global campaign for Michelob Ultra, a global campaign for Budweiser, but then in Colombia, Agua is the brand. Belgium, Sugar. I didn't bring all of these names. Wow, I love all of them. This side of all, this side is all this happening. Now we have a team who works on that. Of course,
All right. So Tesla, you can see, look at the 60-minute on the right side. Tesla's motoring higher. The 1-minute chart that you're 3-minute chart. Here's a 3-minute on the left. You can see getting a little overbought now. Tesla, yeah, that looks good. Tesla. I have the June 390, 395 call spread, so I'm looking for more upside. Looking for 395. Looking for 395. Okay, we're 3 points away. Getting there. 395. 390. 395. Okay. All right, so I'm trying to get to 395. Intel, Tesla. 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 395. That's a very valid strategy. Yeah, RT, that I agree with you 100%. Long as earnings are good, Joel, we should be fine. Let's see.
We are the fastest growing company in this space, which is still very small. We have brands such as Cutwater, Newstrom, now big bots that are all growing double digits, and they are very incremental to our consumers because they tap into consumers that drink less beer or more other beverages, and they bring flavor to our portfolio that goes way beyond the traditional beer bottles. So it's incremental, it's growing very fast. We are the leading company now in the US, and we have several propositions globally that fit very well for the modern consumer.
Okay, so that is what we're looking at right now, similar to what we had back in June of last year. June, July, we broke out and we kept going. Earnings were good. The other thing, Joel, is that we have we're not overbought. Advanced decline percent is not overbought.
What do you see with next generation of drinkers? Like, if they're not going to drink like I do, what does it mean for them to do? So I think that every generation is very new, and the amount of products today, the repertoire that the consumer has increased. This doesn't mean that people are not enjoying drinking, engaging in beer. And beer is only where we are today because it's evolving, innovating, transforming for over 5,000 years. So when you think about beverage and how
Okay. Let's see. The New York Stock Exchange, NYA. Okay, we just hit some resistance right there, so maybe we do take a break, Joel. Okay, I know you were probably listening, right? Let's see, daily. Okay, so we got some resistance right there. Looks like we're running into resistance right now. Okay, Bollinger Bands coming together. So Bollinger Bands are telling us that we're probably going to consolidate.
and the category is growing globally. So beer, if you take in that one, is growing like 0.5%
Hmm.
in the last 5, 6 years. Revenues grow 5.5 globally. So it's a great category, very big, very profitable for our partners, retailers, and continues to have an incredible uh, revenue for growth. Revenue comes from developing markets, developing and emerging markets, and we continue to see growth across the board.
Are GLP-1s something that you spend a lot of time thinking on how to navigate? Like, they started shots, now the pills. I don't know if you're taking these pills, down or these. I have no clue, but like, do you have? Is that a major headwind for your business?
So there is more talk than data. And if you think about our business, like beer is everywhere, and the participation with consumers is very big in legal drinking age. You know, drink a beer on a Sunday barbecue or in a happy hour. So usually everything that we have
Okay, it's 11:20.
most of the time is
11:20.
correlated to beer. Right? So think about GLP-1s, or think about people on diets, or think about the price of gas and stuff. So all of that has a correlation or a relation with beer, not a correlation. And in the case of GLP-1s, I think that there is a lot of talk about the diet, but the data today does not support the level of impact that the product has. We continue to monitor that. I think that the penetration today is still small in the market, and we need to see more over time. I mean, what is your diet? You know, addiction, non-alcohol. You have products that cater to this. So our portfolio caters to
Futures, watching the futures.
light beers,
RT, what's your profession?
alcohol beers. We have medium
Um,
beers, we have strong beers. So we have a mix of
okay, you can see this is gone now. Okay. What about 0 day? 0 day. What happened there? 0 day. Okay, cool.
But I realize that I'm not the only one. People are struggling out there. Like, said before, I think that the economy continues to progress. It is progressing differently in parts of the country, in parts of the globe, and the inflation over the years after COVID really brought a hit for consumers. And we saw a lot of this last year across many categories that include beer, not exclusive to beer. And we, of course, with price, always balancing the costs that we have, but also participation of consumers. We discussed it before, we have a portfolio that has premium brands, but we also have more affordable brands in our portfolio, and we keep looking for these opportunities to be interactive and engaging with consumers across all segments. People trade down, they trade down. Just Budweiser, traditional Budweiser, is that the premium? And you go down to a Busch Light, are you seeing that? In beer, it's not really like this. What you see here is the behavior of people changing packages because our package they have an architecture that the more cans per pack, for example, the more affordable the price is. Because since we have less cost in the packaging, we give more affordability for consumers, and you see consumers trading channels. So when you are with higher inflation, you see these big chains growing more. When you have more stable scenario, you see these more local supermarkets, convenience stores growing more. So beer doesn't really trade out, it trades sometimes up, sometimes a little bit down, but usually the biggest trade that we see are channels and packaging rather than brands. People tend to find the brands that they like on more affordable packaging if they go around and buy more premium purchase rather than impulse purchase. A couple last fun ones for you. 5 years or over 5 years into this job,
Yeah. There goes Intel. Intel's taking out 100.
but I think that the main thing that changes, and everybody talks about this, is we came from a period in which people would see big change and shifts every decade, every 10 years. And if we think about 2019 from now, basically everything is having some disruptions in one shape or form. And therefore, companies that are more resilient, teams that are more agile and able to adapt, categories that are bigger for consumers, more relevant for consumers, and brands that have higher equity, they can navigate.
AMD turning back up. Intel's taking out 100.
So I think that's a big part of the CEO's life and job today is what people call building resilience. Resilience is this ability to withstand the shocks and continue to move forward. Right? And this is somehow what we do. Planning for the long term, but also adapting and adjusting for the short term. What would you tell, knowing what you're at, what would you tell your younger self when you first started at 8 years old? That young guy with chemical engineering, that was your degree? Yeah. What would you tell that person? Keep moving forward. Don't give up.
AMD starting to turn. Okay, Intel's through 100.
Is there a moment you think helped get you into the seat? Your career is longer than mine, but I can point to 3 or 4 specific moments that I think got me to
Okay.
visit and mentor.
Intel's diddling with
I think that I have the privilege over the years in this company for over 30 years now.
Intel's diddling with 100 now.
People that I work with and I could learn from, and I always have trainees that we as a family company just from graduation, and I often tell them some of the best learnings that I have
Robinhood.
people will drive trucks.
Robinhood. Okay, cool. I'm gonna hold Robinhood over the weekend. Kill some more theta. I want to get about try to get about 50% return on that Robinhood trade.
They never lose the opportunity that can help you this is doesn't matter where you are, who you're talking to, try to pay attention because there is something there that you can learn. And of course, we all have moments in the career, right, that are very unique to you. And I worked and lived in
Okay, what's going here? Something's really moving because my P&L just jumped big time. What's going on here? What's moving on, Alfie? Let's see. Bitcoin's moving. Okay. Robinhood looks good. All right, that's moving in the right direction. Yeah, Robinhood. CoreWeave is doing good. All right. I love when everything is working. Okay, so with the New York Stock Exchange, just keep in mind that Bollinger Bands are aggressively pulling inward, which is telling us we're probably going to consolidate, finally going to consolidate. Yesterday, the markets were dipping a little bit early, but the New York Stock Exchange was doing the exact opposite. You know, broad measure, 2,400 stocks and components. Um, so a broad measure compared to 30 on the Dow. The Dow, of course, are only 30 stocks, so you can't really do a whole lot with the Dow. Dow's at resistance too. The Qs, all right, so we go from 30 to actually 30. Let's go down to 10. Let's see what the New York Bang looks like. That's bullish. This is what's going to pull us forward, Joel. And a couple of you asked me about it. While the New York Stock Exchange is pausing, yesterday the New York Fangs were holding the markets back, so S&P didn't appreciate as much as the 2,400 stocks on the New York Stock Exchange composite, which was moving higher. So we knew where the trouble was. The trouble was with these 10 stocks. Now the earnings are out of the way. They look okay. NVIDIA could be better. Microsoft's turned up. AMD. AMD is not part of the group, but the rest of these look good. Tesla's still going. Broadcom's at the highs. Apple obviously gapping up. So this looks really good. Next level of resistance is going to be over here somewhere. RSI is still rising. MACD's turned back up. Stochastics is embedded, so I need to adjust these. Okay, so RSI turned back up. So that's showing you strength of trend, right? Strength of trend. Stochastics telling you embedded stocks can still close in the upper half of the daily range. So any dips here probably be fine. That goes for the components as well. Okay. So, all right. So that's 10 stocks, 30 on the Dow Industrial. So let's look at the Qs now. The Qs, tech is catching a bid. So we're making new highs again. Semiconductors, SMH. Okay. I thought semiconductors were going to fade. So they didn't. So on, what was it, Tuesday? I took, or was it yesterday? No, Wednesday. Wednesday, I believe, is when I started to scale out of SOXS because it's not working. SOXS, not working. Okay, no sense holding on to this. It's a deteriorating asset. So semis look good. Intel looks good. NVIDIA needs to get with the program, but Intel looks good. Okay, look at the volume. That's institutions for the last 4 or 5 weeks. Institutions have been picking up shares, broke out of a big base. We can just get NVIDIA to do something. That would be great. Intel. What's ARM doing? ARM is up at 1.5%. Okay, ARM is doing well. ARM. I have January calls on ARM 270s. The reason I took the 270s, if you look at the January series, you'll see that there's a lot of open interest at 250, 270. All right, so not too far away. This is kind of like Micron. Micron has a habit of running up like it is right now. Micron, where are we at right now? 230, 531. Micron. I need to take some profits off of Micron. 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 520. Okay, Micron. Bill Gates' daughter, man, she's annoying. something about her. I don't know what it is. I'm sure she's a nice person, but man, she's annoying. When you listen to her on Yahoo, I don't blame her. I mean, I'd be annoying too if I was worth what she's going to be worth when her parents pass away. You can afford, you can be afford, you can afford to be annoying when you're a billionaire, right? Billionaire's daughter or whatever. I don't know. I shouldn't be so critical. I realize it's a bad habit. I'm sure a lot of people don't like me, like my wife. I'm just kidding. Um, Today's my anniversary, so happy anniversary to us. We'll go out later. Netflix looking good. All right, so Netflix had a big day yesterday, so we're looking for it to push through the 50 day. Okay, so this is day 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, day 11. All right, we had a big day yesterday. On Tuesday, we had a hammer. Wednesday, we just kind of hanging in there, holding the base. Thursday, big move Thursday. Okay, 60-minute turned up. Okay, so this is setting up whether you want to sell like RT likes to sell premium. So let's say you like selling premium. Well, you could sell the 90 strike put spreads and make some nice money there. Go out a few weeks. I'd probably go out at least 3 to 4 weeks. Sell some premium. Netflix turning back up. So sell puts. You could sell the 90 put, buy the 85 for 5 wide. Probably make $100 per contract. I don't know. You have to check it out. Sell the 90, buy the 85. I'd go out at least probably June or the end of May. Just be careful what you strikes you pick because I'm sure they do all the weeklies. But yeah, Netflix looking better. It's above the 20 EMA, so RSI is turning up. The 1 minute chart a little overbought right now. Looking for it to follow through. It's got to get through the 50 days, so that's the hurdle right now. We're dealing with the 50-day. Once we get above the 50-day, other people will start talking about it. You'll have Josh Brown mentioning it again. He's buying. They probably haven't changed their position. Looking forward to get above the 200-day and take out the recent highs prior to earnings at 109. Google dipped briefly, and now it's taken off. Okay, so if you took the opportunity, I did not. You took the opportunity to buy Google on the dip. RSI got oversold. The 60-minute obviously trending. Okay, 60-minute trending. So you automatically want to look at the 1 minute chart if you're day trading. Okay, so buying these dips here, RSI got oversold. 378. Okay, so you got a 5 point move right there. So $250 for those calls if you bought the 50 deltas. Only needed two of them. Only need two of them to make your $500 um, goal for the day. Or, if you like Google, you could be selling premium. RT likes to sell premium. So I'd be selling down here below the gap, probably 360, going out a few weeks. I don't think Google's coming back anytime soon. If you're Nancy and whatever her husband's name is, Pelosi, you got 5,000 shares of Google, so you want this to move higher. All right. Okay, so here's the Pelosi trades. Okay. So let's see. Google is here. So they exercised old calls. They exercised calls. They have 5,000 shares now. They bought 20 call options, January 2027. Deep in the money, 150 call. So that's what Mr. Pelosi. I'm sure he's a nice guy. Just happens to be whatever. They buy in the money. They always buy in the money, deep in the money. That way you don't have the issues with data and all the other problems you have with the Greeks. And they buy plenty of time. They buy in the money. They're looking for Google to keep going. Okay, there goes Microsoft. Microsoft looking good. Not on their list. These are the 6 stocks I'm aware of. Alliance Bernstein, Vistra Energy, Amazon, Google, NVIDIA, and Tempest AI. Let's see what TEM is doing right now. TEM, Tempest AI. Okay, that one's starting to look pretty good. Tempest AI is a Pelosi trade. All right, so that's starting to look pretty good. Okay, I like it for AI. So they obviously know something about the company. Let me see what TEM looks like. TEM, Tempest AI. They missed expectations. 61% earnings growth. Advancing precision medicine through the practical application of artificial intelligence and healthcare. So that I did not know. Tempest AI is a technology company advancing precision medicine through practical application of artificial intelligence. So what is that?
Have a wild guess. What is it?
I don't know. Don't drop that on my keyboard. What is it?
It's a bay leaf tree.
Okay.
You can have your own. Do you master chef? You can have your own bay leaves for cooking.
So that's my anniversary present. Thank you.
You're not happy?
No, I like it. That's great.
I think it's the best because it's not gonna die after 10 days or whatever.
You want-
if you don't kill it.
You want to do Ruth Chris later
Bruce Chris?
to celebrate?
Sure.
Oh, we could do it tomorrow. It doesn't matter. I mean, it'd be nice to do it tonight.
What time?
12:30.
Okay.
No, later. I don't know. I'll have to call them and see what their reservations
Smell it.
look like. Yeah, it smells like bay leaf.
It can be planted outside or it can be just.
I
kept in a
just
pot.
plant it. Just put this in the
Just
ground
need
so
to
I know
be
it's
in a
there.
better pot.
Well, tell your mother to plant it. She's got a whole
I don't
herb
know.
garden there. All of those ones on the left over there by the magnolia tree, that's all herbs that she has over there.
Some of them, yeah.
And some strawberries. Yeah, I saw that too. But well, don't leave it here. I'll knock it over. What are you doing?
Thank
Oh.
you for the flowers.
Oh, I get a hug. Oh, that's so nice. I get a hug.
20 years, Tracy. Doing bacon.
20 years. What are you trying to kill me? You put something in the bacon?
It's expensive organic bacon.
Okay. Tesla on the move. That was my wife wishing me a happy 20th anniversary. Goodbye, wife. All right, so looking pretty good there. Okay, Microsoft is looking pretty good too. Microsoft. Okay, so they're not wasting any time pushing this back above the 20 EMA. All right, so this is looking good. So if you're in Microsoft or you bought it yesterday, congratulations. You got a better entry than most of us. Microsoft is definitely going to get back up there at some point. It's got to get back above 430 or so, 435. Microsoft on the move. Cool.
Cost of goods sold. Sorry, I'm such a nerd. I get this crazy. We'll be right back.
isn't just wrong, he's dangerous. Lynch said he wants to legalize dangerous drugs like cocaine, defund the DEA, the drug enforcement agency that takes on the drug cartels, and change the laws so violent convicted domestic abusers can own guns. More drugs, fewer law enforcement officers, violent domestic abusers with weapons. Mark Lynch, radical, wrong, dangerous.
All right. Microsoft looking okay. So you can feel they released the hounds.
Make even more money when you sell your clothes. Buy more of what you love. Download now.
Everything's working for the most part. Everything is working to more or less degree. Everything's working here. There goes Micron again. Okay, Micron. Okay, Micron. I did take it off. Micron. I got to roll out. I didn't make as much profit on this last roll because I wasn't paying attention and didn't get the best fill. But overall, Micron, I've been in this one for, I want to say 6 months. So that's been a good trade. And I plan on staying with it. I'm just not going to buy it right now. I took profits off. It just recently broke out of a base. You can see that broadening pattern. Okay. You can see this broadening pattern. Oh, God, those freaking games are so annoying. So this is a broadening pattern, obviously, with a bullish bias to it. It's in a great industry. Have nothing bad to say about Micron. It's starting to trend out of this base now. So you can see the volume by price over here, too. This volume by price band area. So as this eases up here, there's no one up here to sell to you because we've not been here before. That's the great thing about all-time highs. The only one that's going to be selling up here is the only one that's going to be at selling up here are day traders, right? For the most part, short-term swing traders. Markets are obviously buying this. You can see how the volume picked up. And then after the selling, that little sell-off, the volume came in pretty emphatically, buying the crap out of the low there. So they like Micron too. Amazon turning back up, Apple turning back up. Okay, looking good. Nokia, having a good day, Nokia. Thank you. Robinhood, okay, doing well. Thank you. Okay, there goes Robinhood. Okay, if you traded Robinhood or AMD, any of these ones that got oversold this morning, okay, oversold there at 1035, 1035, 1040. Okay, got oversold. RSI, very, very convenient strategy. You just have to be able to sit in front of your computer for an hour or so whenever you take these, right? Like some have told me, you don't have time to do this. So what you do is the opposite. You sell premium. You sell premium on stocks like AMD. Now I know Brett is thinking about shorting AMD, uh, selling call credits, bearish call credits, looking for this to pull back down. This is too strong for me, and it's got earnings next week, right? So I'm not really eager to do anything with AMD right now, except to go long. Okay, that's it for now. Not really interested in selling premium. So it reports next week on Tuesday. Okay, Robinhood looking really good. So the other one, well, quite a few actually have done the same thing. So if you're paying attention, I would only do like two, maybe three of these. I wouldn't do a whole bunch because they're hard to follow. Unless you got them on the screen and you can just one click exit, one click entry. If you have it set up that way, that's the way my charts are set up. But even still, I don't want to buy 6 different positions, have a goal of $500 to $1,000 a day, and then have something that's not working that I'm not paying attention to. If I have 6 positions open and they're not all in front of me at the same time, have it go against you, and that robs you of that particular goal of $500 to $1,000 a day. Just something to think about. So, when you first start doing this strategy, I would suggest do one. All right, do one stock and get the strategy down pat. Okay, 60-minute AMD trending, right? 60-minute trending. Okay, earlier I told you that it looked good on the 1-minute chart. Got oversold. We got a lower low. We got a higher low. Well, at least that's a low and turning back up. RSI starts to, prices start to move. You know that people are in it. It's pretty obvious. They start to pick up shares. And now we're $4 off the low. So $4 off the low, 50 delta call. You just made $200 per contract. All you need is, 2 or 3 of them instead of 5. This is probably going to keep going too. So try one of these, do one of these, get used to the strategy, and you'd be surprised. Be surprised how quickly this can work for you. 1-minute RSI. You can use the 3-minute too. I like to use the 3-minute sometimes if the markets are particularly slow. The 1-minute gives you the RSI oversold very quickly. This, not so much on the 3-minute. Until the evening session. Evening session, it tends to work better. 3-minute. Robinhood is going. So that's the other one I was looking at. Robinhood's doing well. Okay, so Robinhood looks good. All right, so let's go to spreads and condors because I did take a trade on Robinhood for earnings. Okay, it's turning back up. There's my position right there. $1,000 for that particular trade. Okay, I didn't want it to dip as much as it did, obviously. Nobody does. But now we're back to the center. I'm going to hold this over the weekend unless I can get more than 50% right here. All right, I'm at 50% right now. I'm at 50%. So what am I going to do? Let's see how far this goes. So I'll watch Robinhood right here. I'm going to hold it. It's moving above the 60-minute, 20 EMA. This looks like a swing. This looks like a swing. Why does it look like a swing, Benny? Because number one, we just came off the low after earnings. It's obvious Kathy Woods had bought some shares. She is accumulating. You can see that it's moving above the 20 EMA. The only way that's going to happen is if somebody's accumulating enough to get RSI off of the low here. Okay, you can see RSI is at the low, turning up. Price above the 20 EMA, the 10 EMA. Those are going to cross over. So the momentum is clearly north. We know who's buying. Other people that know that Kathy's buying is probably buying as well, thinking, oh, this is a pretty good low to buy at. So this will keep going. So I might as well swing it. Next week, those they'll probably be 75%. Probably get these probably could take these off for $25 per contract. So I'll make $750. Or I could just hold them to the end of the week, which is a little bit more risky because you never know what's going to happen. I've had that happen a couple of times. One with Microsoft not too long ago. Let me go see what that's doing. Okay, so Microsoft, that stung. This one right here, Microsoft. Okay, this one. That was a $2,400 loss on 10. We did buy some puts, so that helped to alleviate some of the pain. And we had one recently, right? Intel, we had a credit spread on Intel. Thank goodness we took that off, Andrew. We had an iron condor. It definitely taken out the upside. That would have been a painful one there. So we took that one off for a $575 loss. But these other ones will make up for it. Overall, since I've been doing this spreadsheet, I was asked to do this. So this spreadsheet, we're up 25.5. I think it's more than that actually. Anyway, Robinhood looking good. Should I just go ahead and take it off? Stop diddling with it. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and take it off. No, I'm not. I'm going to wait for the weekend. Wait for the weekend. We know Kathy's in it. Okay, what else is working? CoreWeave's at the high. CoreWeave. Okay, another one. Okay, so you can see in the morning it got overbought very quickly. Went from oversold to overbought very quickly. Selling into strength makes sense. Wait for it to pull back. If it does at all, RSI will get down here below 50 or below 20, 30. Okay, let's see what that looks like. CoreWeave, CRWV, CoreWeave. Okay, so we know it looks good. All right, so you get oversold to overbought very quickly. That tells you to take profits off into strength. Prices are consolidating. If it does come back a little bit, CoreWeave to oversold, watch for a bounce. ABCD pattern, early ABCD pattern. Look at the volume at the open. So the momentum players are there. They probably took the rest of the day off. They're already out of it. CoreWeave's above the 20 MA 60 minutes. So the 20 MA, that's your stops, 117 and 114 or so. Looking for a follow through next week. Most likely we'll follow through. It's got a pretty decent trend developing. It's above all the moving averages, 9, 21, 50, 200 day. RSI rising on the daily. So it's telling you the strength of the trend is improving. We should expect to see this move higher. Stochastics is rising from 50. So that's telling you look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. Perfect candidate for buy the dip. Okay, so if we get oversold again, that's going to be a perfect opportunity to buy the dip because we know what stochastics is telling us. On average, we should see close in the upper half of the daily range when it's rising. It's been dipping lately and just turned this week. So you can see yesterday wasn't so much. Today looks pretty good. George Lane developed the stochastics, as you know. He was a cotton futures trader, and he wanted a way to understand, given the tendencies in price action during the trading day, what are the probabilities if I buy the dip that I'm going to have higher prices by the end of the day or by the end of the week or the next day, whatever. So he developed the stochastic strategy, which we use to this day. MACD developed by Gerald Appel. Okay, he's since deceased, but he has several techniques. One I like a lot because when you're swing trading, he uses a three MACD setup. Okay, so you have stochastics above. That's George Lane, but these three in the bottom, three MACDs. So when the short-term MACD turns up, that tells you, okay, we're about to buy. CoreWeave's about to break out. You see that? CoreWeave short term, you got stochastic turning up, you got short-term MACD turning up, you got the default MACD turning, and the long-term MACD is flat and slightly upsloping. You can see right there. So that's from his book, Technical Analysis. If you're interested, I have a PDF of it. Let's see, Gerald Appel. Gerald Appel books. All right, so it's this one right here. This one right there. Technical Analysis, Power Tools for Active Investors. He's a great guy. Between him and Marty Zweig, learned a lot from those two. And I dated a relative, Melody Appel, in New Orleans when I was a kid. So in high school, didn't find that out until much later. Anyway, neither here nor there, except for the fact that this will probably get bought if it dips a little bit. And you're in the position, you don't need to sell it. It's definitely going to be. I don't want to say definitely, but it's has a high probability of following through. Let me just put it that way. Okay, daily S&P. Okay, you can't argue with price. RSI strength of trend is there. We know that. Some of you are saying to yourself, "Okay, this is really overbought." Maybe, but let's look at the reasons why I might be wrong. Okay, one thing I want to do is check triple MACD. Okay, so triple MACD is turning up. Short-term signal is turning up. The default signal, 1229, is rising. The longer term is saying, literally what it's telling you is, ride the trend. That's the beauty of their triple MACD setup. Number one, it gives you a short-term entry or add. Number two, it tells you what the trend is. And number 3, it gives you a long-term trend on what to expect using that technique. Now, NYSE, as we said, New York Stock Exchange, did run into resistance. So I would, at a minimum, because Bollinger Bands are turning inward, I would say it's probably going to consolidate in this area for now. So maybe we've seen the highs for now. However, breadth does say we could see more. It's starting to hook right now. So earlier this was straight up. It's at 0. It's not overbought. It's not oversold. Looking at the number of stocks trading above the 20-day, let's go look at the S&P equal weight index. So that removes the weight of the very strong New York FANG components right now. Yesterday they were holding us back. So that's telling you doji at the highs. Number of stocks above the 20-day rising, flat right now. So it's telling you don't put on a whole lot of new positions right now because we could stall right now. So part of your thesis, Joel, makes a lot of sense. There are some parts that could continue. 20-day is one thing. We all know about the 20-day. 50-day, when you think about the 50-day, 50-day is the intermediate time frame. So we're at 50% and more, we're well off of 70%. So the point is that stocks can get above the 20-day and still proceed towards the 50-day because they're already above the 20-day. So stocks above the 50-day start to increase. That's telling you there's more potential. Okay. Junk bonds are one thing. Junk bonds, one signal is telling us, be careful. IWM is another one. IWM. Okay, that's a doji. Can we push a bit higher? I get the 280 call that expires today. I don't think it's going to be worth anything. But looking good. Here, you just like. Thank you. Should have more anniversaries. It'd be nice to me more days. She walked away. We had a big fight about my daughter last night. Where she wants to work, what she wants to do. It's her decision. She's 19. All you can do is guide them, right? After they hit 18, at 15, I thought I knew everything until I grew up a little bit, spent some time in the military. I realized that my parents actually knew what the hell they were talking about. You ever been through that scenario? As you grow up, you used to hate what your parents would tell you. And then you grow up and you realize, holy shit, they actually knew what they were talking about. I don't know about this younger generation, though. Antoine's pretty good. He's a good kid. All right, so I'm rambling now. Okay, here we go. S&P, back to what we were doing. S&P 500. Paramount Skydance. That's probably going to be a good setup for several weeks ahead. I'll show you why. Okay, we just bounced. Stochastics MACD turning up, so that immediately makes me want to look at the triple MACD setup. Short-term setup is about to fire a buy signal. Stochastics is oversold. That's telling you look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. All right, with that in mind, what I want to do is look at the 1-minute chart. Is it an entry now? No. I can wait. I can wait until it pulls back a little bit. It's above the 60-minute 20-minute. Yes, so you got everything in your favor for Paramount Skydance. It's $11 stock. Just don't buy it right this minute. Maybe put in a limit order at, say, 1080 or 1090. That way you feel like you got a better entry, but you're in it because you know the stochastics is turning up. And that's telling you that what? It's telling you that you can expect to see, in addition to MACD turning up, that you can expect to see higher prices. You just had a higher low. We're above the 50-day. RSI is rising. Really good setup if you want to think about it. Hi, kitty cat. You came to visit me too? Wish me happy anniversary. Hi, kitty. She's my lucky kitty. All right, strategy. So we were talking about signals. Okay, so IWM is one signal. Okay, that's a small cap. Why is it a signal, Vinny? Because it's Small caps are very risky assets, right? A very risky asset class. When momentum traders come into IWM, they're not fearful the market's collapsing. Junk bonds are giving us a bearish signal to neutral. IWM somewhat bullish. Now, another one is IBB, biotechs. IBB, these should be rising if you want to have risk on. This is like junk bonds. So you got two that are neutral to bearish. This is starting to rise, but I would look at this as neutral to bearish. So we have two neutral to bearish. We got one IWM looks good. We got Bitcoin is looking good. So Bitcoin is another risky asset class. If you just follow this train of thought, and you're going to be a professional trader, if you want to do that for a living, if you just follow the money, this will give you a good basis for whether or not I should reduce my risk. Should I increase my risk? Should I not change anything? Should I be selling premium? Should I be buying premium? What should I be doing? That all depends on what the markets are telling you. And it tells you, it gives you a picture every single day. Uh, US dollar, a little bit lower. Now, yesterday, somebody was talking about um, the Fed. Oh, I know what it was. Dissenting Fed governors were saying that we should raise rates to save the dollar. The dollar needs saving at 98? Seriously? They think that the dollar needs saving? Remember back in the day? Back in the day when it was like in the 70s? What was that? Like 20 years ago when I was in GTO's room? When it was over here at 70.70? Remember that? And everybody thought the dollar was going to collapse. Listen, if you have any kind of, I'm surprised how few people know some of the things that I've learned over the years. I'm not saying I'm smart, but some of the things I've learned from other smart people is worth reading about. Okay, so here's a book I want you to read if you have a chance. It's a summertime reading. You can read this, or you can get the audio book. It's called The Dollar Trap. The Dollar Trap by Eswar Prasad. Very smart fellow. How the U.S. dollar tightened its grip on global finance. This is giving me chill bumps, goosebumps right now, just because I know what this book tells you. Okay, I know. Here we go. I know what. I know the premise of everything in the book, and the dollar is going to be the monetary system into perpetuity, unless China can convince people that their markets are safe. They still haven't got past that part. Um, Bonds, you're going to buy Chinese bonds? I don't think so. Are you um, are you confident in the renminbi? I'm not. Not given a one party system where you got one person dictating what everybody else is going to do, how they spend their money, all the profits, all the taxes. That person figures out what they're going to do with it. No, it doesn't make any sense. Read this book. I'm telling you, you're going to look at things a lot differently. And you can laugh when people start talking about the dollar collapse or, the Chinese currency taking over or the BRICS or, they were trying to put together a currency not too long ago. Everybody buying in whatever the hell they were buying in. And now that the Iran conflict is moving out of the way, hopefully subsiding, now you're going to have all these Middle Eastern countries coming together, trading in the dollar. They're going to flourish if things go the way it looks. All of this circles back to what I'm talking about, the dollar trap. Read this book, and I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Better yet, if you get the book and listen to the audio book. I like to listen to these kinds of audio tapes when I'm traveling, like back to Jersey or whatever, or down to Florida, because you can listen to the whole book in like 2 hours. Anyway, and I've only had a half a cup of coffee, so it's not the coffee. It's just the markets. The markets are really conducive to clear thinking when you don't have a whole lot of mixed signals, which is what we were just talking about. So the US dollar, all right? So the dollar is not going to go anywhere. You got to save the US dollar? Really? Really? Bill Burr. Really? Okay. So that's the dollar. We talked about advanced decline percent. let's look at the New York Stock Exchange while we're waiting for the next setup, because everything's pretty much just hanging out right now. We're not missing anything. New York Stock Exchange, and you can learn something about what I've learned over the years, money flow. Okay, so this is, we had um, exhaustion on the upside as far as buying volume. You know, you keep buying to the upside. Eventually, you get to an exhaustion level. That's why this is colored red, just to give you an idea what I'm thinking. This is pulling back, so this will be another buy signal. Remember, advanced decline has been pulling back. The number of stocks above the 20-day pulling back a little bit, and we need the 50-day. Well, we need this to turn back up like it did here mid 2025 to extend this rally. But this looks good. This looks good. Let's see. If you're not catching all this, don't worry, because I go through this at least once every couple of weeks, if not once a week. Money flow. Okay, look at the New York Stock Exchange. Remember we talked about that earlier yesterday? The S&P was pulling back, but we had a green elder stick to start the day in the New York Stock Exchange. 2,400 components, 70% of which, actually it's up to 75% of U.S. stocks, because the international stocks had been lagging a little bit. So you got about 75% U.S. companies, about 20% are ADRs, American Depository Receipts, and about 5% are REITs and other tracking instruments. Advanced decline is moving higher. Okay, we're above the zero line, making green histogram bars. That's telling you bullish. I don't see anything to be concerned about. If anything, we're going to consolidate. A lot of these stocks continue, and the earnings have been good, so that's a nice way to end the week. Tesla's still looking really strong here. Tesla. Core Weave's at the high. Core Weave's not going to dip much, it looks. Tesla. Okay, so some of these are starting to show some signs of profit taking. People on the West Coast, maybe they went to work at 10 o'clock today, so they're leaving home at 9 o'clock, going to work at 10 o'clock. Looks like those people are taking profits off. Same thing with Mountain Time and Pacific, Mountain Time and Central. I don't know what the Hawaiians do. They have to get up in the early morning to trade the New York Open. Okay, so we are, Microsoft is dipping a little bit here. Okay. Tesla, still looking good there. Tesla. CoreWeave, CRWV, we just talked about CoreWeave. All right, so now you have to wait for that 1 minute setup. This time of day, you're probably going to need to wait. ARM Holdings, ARM. Again, I have the 270s for January. There were some big trades that went off there. A lot of open interest at 270 and 250. Might even buy some 250s. So this is looking pretty good. 3 minute on the left, 60-minute on the right. Bitcoin, okay. Nokia, of course, doing very well. Nokia, let's see what that's doing. Any profit taking? It tends to take some profits off this time of day. All right, there you got that little double dip. Higher low, looks like an ABCD pattern early on Nokia. Okay, Nokia. ABCD pattern, there's A, there's B, there's a higher low C, looking for a follow through. Doesn't always, because it's at 1210. Let me just shift gears here and go to CNBC. For example, like all of the things that this CapEx touches. This is the guy that's on the screen right now. He's the one that bought. Was it him? Yeah, I think it was him. He was buying Quanta below the 50-day. Remember Quanta? I was talking about this yesterday. This guy that's on CNBC right now, the black guy, really good call here. Really good call. I think it was in December. He was on halftime report, CNBC, and he said, he was buying down here. Not a bad trade. 300 points. That's a nice trade. That's a nice trade. So I'll be watching him more because he's definitely had some good ideas. Okay, what's the strongest sectors look like right now? Okay, strongest sectors. Tech. Who would have believed tech was going to be a strong sector along with semiconductors going into Wednesday?
But sometimes I'm just telling you the sentiment of this market. And to your first question, Scott, of should we be buying in May, the answer is yes.
Yeah, but when you say they are going higher, so those gains that I read you in the semi space, I mean, that's a big statement to just say, just out of hand, they're just going higher.
Okay. So I
they're
also
up a lot, right? I mean, they
said,
certainly are, if nothing else, at risk of something pulling back in May. I mean, I think people are bullish on this.
With that kind of thinking, you're never going to buy anything because it's too extended.
And I get momentum in all of that, but at some point,
I changed my opinion on semis when I saw that it wasn't going to break lower. Okay, it briefly. Okay, semiconductors. It briefly dipped this week, 5 weeks up. Okay, so it's not telling me sell, sell, sell. It's trending until it drops below like it did over here earlier in the week. Until it does that, makes a lower low. Semis look very, very strong here. Semis look strong. Tech looks strong. Okay, tech looks strong. Okay, consumer staples. Okay, that's okay. Pulling back a little bit. Healthcare, United Health, and a bunch of them had turned back up this week. United Health trending. United Health is looking good. Okay, so here's one. It's kind of a boring stock, but United Health. Okay, again, same idea. Oversold RSI, oversold price action. Look for a higher low. Look for a higher low in RSI. Look for a higher low in price. Now it's starting to move higher. United Health. It's probably going to be at 400 before June. I have 350s and 400s calls. We've been sitting on these forever. We've been sitting on these from over here. United Health. Actually, it was over here, right? It was last year. Way over here. That was the Luigi. That was a Luigi drop. Now it's breaking back above this pivot, 370. Okay, so we get above this pivot right here, United Health. That should do really well. United Health. So I have the 350 and the 400 strike calls for June. Strategy is fading a bit. Futures pull back.
You get a dividend hike. You got a new CEO coming in who talks about, quote, an incredible roadmap ahead. Kev, you have the name.
You couldn't have nailed it better, Scott. The biggest thing that you said there was the iPhone sales being a little bit light. Usually that just controls the entire narrative. And the fact that took a back seat to everything else is just incredibly exciting. We have a full position in Apple. We had an opportunity. There was a rumor a few weeks ago. For those who remember that
so right now we're just letting positions continue. Robinhood, CoreWeave, Software, IGV, Microsoft, Oracle, ARM Holdings, Strategy, Tesla. Just naming some of my positions here that are looking good for swings. Tesla. Okay, Tesla. Okay, Tesla consolidating. I have the 390. Oh, I'm at 395 now. I got to take these off. Sorry. I'm glad I paid attention here. Okay, 250. Let's get out of 250. Okay, Tesla. I'm trying to exit right now. I have the 390, 395 call spread. Tesla, trying to take that off right now, trying to get a fill. You wanna split pennies? I have a bid of 250. Somebody's offering bidding 247.50. Huh. Gotta be day traders.
The course that they've been on. I know. Let me have a dream fever for a moment. Like that. Talk me down. Especially because Turnus is a product guy.
I'm gonna keep my bid. All right, we're turning back up. Tesla. I'll get my bid. I'll get my offer filled. Turning back up. Tesla. Okay, I have the 390, 395 call spread, so I got to take that off. Maximum profit on a spread is the upper strike that you sell. All right, so in this case, I bought the 390 a few days ago. I bought the 390, sold the 395. So when I get the 395, I have to take it off because I lose. I can potentially lose if I don't take it off as it hits 395. Because the volatility right now has started to subside a little bit. So that's why I'm losing a little bit there. See if I can't get another $5. I got 10 of those. So, all right, I'm at 250 right now. Okay, the offer is at 250. The bid is at 250. Come on, let's do. Let's go. AMD looking good. If you bought AMD earlier, that was a great setup on AMD. Very similar setup to what John was looking at yesterday. Okay, I'm not sure exactly what you were using, John, but I do know it's pretty similar. Prices get oversold. You see buyers come in. RSI fires, starts to move higher. In this case, MACD turns up. You could use just MACD alone, and that would work too. And then get a nice little gain there. $6 off the low. Netflix pulling back. Tesla.
You mentioned Ives. He keeps 350 as his target. Eric Woodring of Morgan Stanley, who's joining me at 3 o'clock today, by the way, hikes it to 330. So he makes a move there. Now the elephant in the room, if you want to call it that, is the valuation, which seems to be the one thing that those who are negative on the name always want to cite.
I don't know. I don't know about these. Okay, I just got filled on Tesla. All right, so I just hung in there. Just hung in there. I got filled Tesla. Okay, just took Tesla profits.
If you look at it from a calculation, you can say that Apple's multiple is too high. But I look at it and I say this isn't just
390, 395. Call
I
spread.
just believe that Apple deserves a premium, and it always has. And the fact that they have gotten through this AI, reducing their capex instead of exponentially expanding it. To your point, I think that's the story that we're going to be able to lean into.
Didn't this thing always Xcash trade at a low teens multiple?
That was
a very, very, very low teens.
I feel like for the past 5 years, as we've been sitting here, it's been in the high 20s. But yeah,
but now it's 33. 33.
I wouldn't confuse stretch with broken. I think it deserves a higher multiple. I really do. I just think this stock is a little bit different.
Here's the amazing thing.
Okay, so we're at 395 right now.
50-year-old tech company.
All right, that looks good. All right, looking good. Looking good. Sing it, Janice. AMD. AMD is cooking. AMD is cooking right now. There it goes. There it goes. Beautiful. Whoa, there it goes. Nice little pop just now, AMD. Zoom, zoom. Zoom, zoom. Very nice. AMD. Beauty.
The 10-year average, thanks,
You're using Ready Aim Fire for it? Okay, let me just check it. See what you're doing there. Okay, I do have Ready Aim Fire. I don't use it as often. And let me just see. Okay, let me make. Okay, GoPro's on the move. GoPro's on the move there, Cayman. I'm sure you realize that. G Pro on the move. Cayman.
You let it run, and an expensive stock like this, when it stops running higher, you trim it. But
Okay, so let me just check. I can imagine what that looks like. All right, so are you, John? Are you using it on the 1 minute chart, 5 minute chart? What are you using it on? Ready, aim, fire. All right, let me just get a chart here that I can add it to.
We already did like who we thought was the clear winner, the clear loser, etc., etc. I think what we learned, maybe more certainly than anything else, is that these are all going to trade differently. There's going to be dispersion between the group.
Core weave at the high.
For an alphabet is not necessarily great for a meta. What somebody is upping their
strategy looks good. All right.
Well received by the other.
All right. So ready, aim, fire is what you're using. Okay.
It's all whether you believe
RAF Pro. That's the scan. Ready.
This week with still some questions about Microsoft. I think we feel pretty good about Alphabet, and I think we feel pretty good about Amazon. Forget Apple. We just had that conversation. Is that fair? Is that a fair way to sum it up? It is, and I think that's exactly.
Let me see. Ready, aim, fire. And AMD. AMD. Yeah, I see it. Okay. Cool. Cool. All right, that looks good. Yeah, I see it. Just enabled it.
Tells you that we are coming at this with a little bit of skepticism and making our decision based on earnings and the fundamentals and everything else that matters. So I think Alphabet turned in a great report as it relates to Google Cloud. It was surprising to me, even looking at how much they've been able to improve their margins while also spending aggressively into building out the cloud segment. I think Amazon is an obvious winner, to your point, Scott. I think that the other two have
Intel. Intel is going to go past 120 easily. In my opinion, Intel is not the same Intel it used to be. Okay, it's hanging out at 100. That's fine.
I think we've already seen this story play out itself a number of times where there were doubters of Mark Zuckerberg and what he was willing to spend as it relates to a percentage of their revenues. And I think that they can actually prove that there is some there with their ability to target those ads a lot better. They have some proving to do, obviously, because at least the street believes that they do. So let's squeeze in a break. Kevin's got a move that we need to tell you about. He's going to take you to trade school as well. I want to squeeze that in at some point this hour. But we'll be back right after this. This is going to be an interesting one. It's going to probably... This is actually looking at the May 15th expiration, selling the 190 call, buying the 195 call. These are in the money at this point. Doing this for a credit of $3.60. The max gain that I can actually have on this trade is $360. The max loss is $140 with a break-even point of $193.60. You need this stock to move, and it has to move to the downside in order for this to be profitable. Right now, if it stays where it is at right now, you will realize the max loss. The reason for this type of trade is if you wanted to get a downside look, but you don't want to be fully committed, and you want to put up a little bit of risk, this is a trade that does have a little bit more of a risk-defined structure. You could leverage some of the theta decay in the event that it does move in your direction and it gets closer and closer to expiration. But also, if it does move higher, your max outlay right now is $140. So instead of trying to buy premium, you're looking at selling premium because it's still relatively elevated on IV, and that implied volatility is elevated on the call side, not the put side at this point. So you got to understand the risk going into it. Let's hear Kev try to, break this one down here for us because the probability as you place it is not actually in your favor. Kev, what do you think about this trade?
Kevin, I've been in this business a long time, and it takes a lot for my head to explode. So don't worry, you're fine. You haven't done any long-term damage to me. Now, selling an in-the-money call spread is unique, right? Because you're selling something that, remember, a test we always do on this show is what if nothing happens? If nothing happens, similar if you were long a put vertical, right? You need the stock to move or you lose money. There's the difference between the long vertical and the short in the money vertical are similar in that case. So the risk is defined. You know what you have. You've got a little bit more of a short delta because you're basically selling 190, 195 is two in the money options. It's 360. You can only go to 5. And if it were to sell up towards 190, you need to get it below, what is that, 193.
Its worst week since early February. It's been a tough one, that's for sure. You bought more on this dip. Tell me why.
Yeah, we were surrounding the earnings, not expecting a whole lot out of it. We bought a few shares last week, Scott, in the low 80s, and then covered it right before earnings. It brought in $2.75 on a tight call. The very next day, the stock traded down, so we were able to close that out at 30 cents. Netted a $2.50 hedge on it, and then went long again at $72. We made a lot of money with this stock the last time it ran. It went from 30 well into the hundreds, and then from 130 it rolled back down into the 60s. So I think here at the 70s, as an investment, not as a trade, we've got a really solid company, a tremendous infrastructure. I love their customer base, and we're happy to take a shot with it again.
I mentioned that the crazy move in the month of April that Intel has had, like 114% or whatever, right? You're smiling because you're like, unbelievable. You wanted to take our viewers to trade school on that. In what sense?
I mean, it is unbelievable. So let's just frame it there. You know, sometimes when you have a stock that's moving, it pays to sit and watch it. And I think the greatest trade that we did this week, Scott, was to not trade it at all. This was a name we picked up in December at $40 a share. And to go back in time, it had just doubled from 20 to 40. So it was a little bit with reservation that we went into it. We took a fairly sizable position. Last Friday, this thing was trading in the 80s. We went into the weekend and we were like, should we trade it? Should we trade it? Should we cover it? And we thought, well, it's got this kind of momentum. Let's just wait and see for another week. Here we sit. It's $100 a share almost. And I can't believe it. So we'll sit into the weekend with the same conversation. I think when we're talking next week, we'll be talking about a trim or a covered call. But this is a trade. If you're thinking about trade school, sometimes you let a run, and my gosh, I've never seen one like this.
Yeah, no, it speaks a lot, not only about the chip space, but about momentum in general. And understanding when you see something that you really don't want to try and get in front of in the way, and just let things sort of play out until you see maybe some level of inflection point that then forces your hand to make another move.
Yeah, and I thought we saw that last Friday at 82. I mean, who would have thunk it for another week? But you were bringing it up with Apple. You know, you just don't want to get in front of a moving train sometimes. And this thing has worked out incredibly well. And maybe there's an air pocket here, but it's a recovery story, a turnaround story that's becoming a legitimate investment. So even if we sell, it'll be a trim, not a liquidation.
Okay, I appreciate that. So let's talk about Exxon and Chevron for a moment, because there are a couple of obviously coming off earnings. Take a look at both of these names if you could. We do have ownership, but I feel like there's a good story in the FT today. So Exxon is down a little bit, and obviously energy stocks and oil have been great performers because of the rise in oil prices. The story I'm referencing is about how the oil majors aren't necessarily in tune with the drill baby drill mantra from the president, and they're more focused on growing their profits. So, you know, the president can strong talk these companies all he wants. As the Chevron CFO said within this story, quote, "Our strategy is to grow free cash flow, not grow production. You wouldn't expect us to be changing our plans significantly on the back of 8 weeks of disruption." We've all completely reorganized our thoughts on how we run these companies today.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
With their capital allocation and the way that they strive to utilize the best parts of their business is no longer necessarily drill baby drill.
But it's been a change, Scott, that's been 10 years in the making. You know, you go back to the beginning of the 2010s when oil was again at $100 a barrel. People were drilling like crazy all through the shale plays. And what happened was capital was undisciplined in how it was allocated, and a lot of losses were accrued. Now, big companies like Exxon and Chevron made it through, but a lot of smaller companies had problems. And
Nokia.
Remember, 2016, there was like a mini credit crisis because of high yield bonds.
Nokia is still hanging out. Looking for a better entry if you're have no position. Nokia.
be more shareholder friendly, which makes me feel great. It makes me feel, and just to get to
you have Exxon and you have Chevron.
and
Has Chevron.
I'll make this succinct. I think you should be buying Exxon here. I'll let you talk about Chevron, but 15 times earnings, almost a 3% dividend yield. It's about 15% off of the high it set. And look at what oil prices are. Look at where natural gas prices are, not here in the U.S., but in Asia and Europe. They're going to be making money for a while.
I think these companies saw the writing on the wall that, to some degree, big oil fell out of favor with a large swath of the investing community. And in part, they're like, we have to be more shareholder friendly. We have to do things that will encourage people to either stay with us or come into us, and we'll reward them if they do. It's not so much looking for gushers all over the place. It's doing that, and it's, I think, worked.
It's worked beautifully, and it's music to my ears as a shareholder. And these are not your father's or grandfather's energy companies. We entered into this position 15 years ago and added to it in November. We also added Marathon Petroleum, never imagining that oil would go to $100 a barrel. Obviously, we're great beneficiaries in the short term of that. But to your point, these are phenomenal return of cash to shareholders. Dividends, special dividends, shareholder buybacks. It's not drill for the sake of drill. It's fiscal responsibility, not CapEx.
All right. Angelica Peebles has the CNBC News update for us today. Hi there.
Hey, Scott. Well, the U.S. military is closing an operations center in Gaza that was meant to monitor the Israel-Hamas ceasefire. That's another blow to President Trump's plans to develop land in Gaza. And that's according to Reuters, which reports that the closure comes after diplomats and officials involved with the project faced difficulties in efforts to oversee the ceasefire and distribute aid. Now to the FDA. The FDA has named a new acting head of its Vaccines and Biologics Unit, which regulates vaccines, gene therapies, and the blood supply. Catherine Sarma will take over for Vinay Prasad, who stirred controversy during his time at the agency over a series of decisions on rare disease drugs and vaccines. Now to some consumer news. Thermos is recalling 8.2 million containers due to defective stoppers that can forcefully eject and cause lacerations. That's according to the Consumer Product Safety Commission. The affected units include 6 million stainless King food jars and 2 million Sportsman food and beverage bottles. Affected consumers are advised to contact Thermos for a free replacement. Be careful out there, Scott. Back over to you.
Hey, Angelica, thanks very much. Angelica Peebles. Coming up next, a special midday word today. Michael Santoli is live in Omaha ahead of the Berkshire annual shareholders meeting, the first one without Warren Buffett as CEO. We'll be back right after this.
Patchy, USAR. All right, New York Bangs are fading a bit. NVIDIA, Netflix, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Apple. AMD looks good. All right, let's see what some of these stocks that were up this morning look like at the moment. CoreWeave obviously looks okay. CoreWeave. Team Atlassian, Team Datadog. Okay, Datadog. Zscaler. STX. Nice. Intel hanging out near 100. Okay, just below 100.
Stronger than the market expects heading into this report. So basically they're trying to do what Royal Caribbean did with Coco K, right? And they, yes. I know I've heard the CEO.
So first of all, what she said in the letter, no matter how little we know, what Adam showed many times, CEO of Tether and to our limit. We want to ensure that Tether has not sought to bribe or otherwise exert control or influence over you. That's a bold claim. So let's talk about what happened. In 2024, Cantor Fitzgerald basically negotiated a $600 million convertible bond purchase from Tether. That means they could convert that into 5% equity in Tether. So 5% of Tether for $600 million. Now, in 2025, obviously, Lutnick was required to divest of his interests so that there wouldn't be a conflict of interest when he became the secretary of
Tesla clearing the 50-day, so 200-day is next. I got a fairly decent sized position in TSLL. Looking for that to continue.
Interesting is that the day after this happened, Tether made a loan to Dynasty Trust A. We do not know the amount. We do not know the reason. But if you take a look at that, what basically Elizabeth Warren and Wyden are claiming here is that maybe Tether loaned the money to the Lutnick children to buy Cantor Fitzgerald from their father. And if you look at what allegedly is backing this loan, the collateral for the loan that Tether gave, it's the assets in the trust, which include a $600 million convertible bond for the ownership of Tether. Now that is probably worth that 5% that was $600 million in 2024 up to $25 billion right now. So clearly there's just
AMD about to break out here. Watch AMD. AMD's about to go.
Lutnick says their team basically said that they used, this was funded through multiple sources, multiple companies, multiple trusts at market rates. I tend to believe them, but getting really dirty with divesting your interests when you're becoming a government figure would be a bad idea. I think that they're just involved in a lot of things. Cantor Fitzgerald has been custodying Tether's assets for many years. They've been deeply involved. And of course, Cantor Fitzgerald, or Lutnick specifically, was very involved in getting the Genius Act passed, legislation, stable coins. So just a lot here to unpack. I default to Elizabeth Warren is out of her mind. But I will at least say that we will continue to track this story and see what happens. That said, favorable note for Tether, just as an aside, Tether posts $1.04 billion Q1 2026 profit reserve buffer. Its record $8.3 billion. It turns out that these are really, really good businesses. Now, Tether did over $10 billion last year, and they have about 100 employees. Think about that. I mean, this is a company that's crushing the BlackRocks and Goldmans of the world, and they're doing it with a fraction of the staff with the most simple business model ever. They take in dollars to issue Tether. They hold those dollars in United States treasuries, and because of high interest rates, they earn billions of dollars for holding that money. Over 90% of their income, probably much higher, comes simply from holding these treasuries. So Tether and stablecoin issuers are absolutely crushing it. We've got another story here. I think this is big. Mara, this is Marathon, the Bitcoin miners by Ohio gas plant operator Long Ridge for $1.5 billion as it pivots beyond Bitcoin. So the story here is AI. This is a complete and wholesale pivot of a Bitcoin miner that's publicly traded. Their CEO saying power is a scarce input in AI. This is massively increasing their capacity, and the hyperscaling AI companies are going to be knocking at their door for compute. So the real story here is that Marathon itself was effectively trying to follow in Saylor's footsteps. They offered a convertible note last year. They wanted to become a Bitcoin treasury company. For the last few months, they sold the bulk of those Bitcoin, paid off that note. to restructure the balance sheet and become an AI company. So Bitcoin miners can no longer survive on Bitcoin mining. Now it seems that the real angle is that they have to be AI compute providers or energy providers that also mine Bitcoin. So if you're going to invest in Bitcoin miners, probably a very good way to look at this. So yeah, Marathon is a huge move here. I think this is a major signal to the market as to what's coming for Bitcoin mining companies. Now, the next story is the one I alluded to, Trump. So I'm going to give you some backstory here first. So this was back in October.
AMD is trying to break out
in Bitcoin for massive pig butchering scam based in Cambodia. This is from the Prince Group. They've been sanctioned. They basically, if you don't know what pig butchering is, they had sweatshops, literally like slave labor that were socially engineering romantic love relationships and friendships with Americans and Canadians and people all over the world, eventually convincing them to wire money in for an investment, stealing that money. They would Bitcoin ATM, sending cryptocurrency, wire money, and happen through exchanges. But they received $15 billion taken from these people in Bitcoin. I can't believe that much money was sent in these scams. But these are very common and been happening all over the world. So first of all, that $15 billion was added to the United States Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. It's ours now, not the victim. They don't get that. That's ours. That's how this works, by the way. But what's crazy here is that we have a story now of the Prince Group that was sanctioned. This was called one of the worst criminal organizations in the world by Trump's administration. Now we have this story. Trump crypto venture linked the firm tied to sanction. So listen, this is a story of poor due diligence by World Liberty Financial. The fifth time that they've had a story like this with potentially sanctioned or controversial entities. Now, I don't think this is a huge...
Watch it for a follow through.
The same people have a blockchain called AB, USD1, which is Trump's stablecoin, is the exclusive stablecoin on that platform. Now, there was two people who were later sanctioned for Prince Group, and they were maybe or maybe not there at the time. Either way, very, very weak due diligence by the Trump organization, but I think that this is picking on them just a little bit in this case. They definitely launched their stablecoin on a blockchain in a partnership with a group that was led by, at one point, very near to that time, by two sanctioned figures from this pig butchering scandal that the Trump administration actually massively prosecuted. And the last story right here, which is related, federal government plans to ban crypto ATMs to stop scammers from defrauding Canadians. I thought that was one of our states. But it's good that Canada has their own federal government, but it's bad that they're going to try to ban crypto ATMs. But to their point, over 50% of money that goes through these crypto ATMs apparently is involved in these pig butchering scams. They send the person there, they convert their cash into cryptocurrency and send it off, never to be seen again. So it is problematic. But to me, this is like saying drug dealers use iPhones. Let's ban iPhone. Agnostic technology that can also be used for good. But just to show you how big these pig butchering scams are, you have a federal government literally talking about banning one of the places that people go to send money. So really, really a big story here. Kind of superficially involves the Trumps, but that's the articles that are going around. So we have, once again, have them in hot water. We have Howard Lutnick maybe in hot water, but I think that he's going to obviously be able to weather this one. Bigger story to me, and it's not the crypto story, is the GDP and debt story. It's absolutely astounding. It makes you just shake your head and think, maybe I should just buy some Bitcoin and opt out of this. See you on Monday. Peace.
Mark Lynch isn't just wrong, he's dangerous. Lynch said he wants to legalize dangerous drugs like cocaine to fund the DEA, the drug enforcement agency that takes on the drug cartels, and change the laws so violent convicted domestic abusers can own guns. More drugs, fewer law enforcement officers, violent domestic abusers with weapons. Mark Lynch, radical, wrong, dangerous, too extreme for South Carolina.
I'm Lindsey Graham, and I approve this message.
4 a.m. is the mindset. It's not about the hour. It's the discipline to make trading a priority, no matter what.
Proudly serving the Grand Strand for 25 years, Seaside Furniture Gallery and Accents continues this May with our 25th anniversary savings. It's our buy one, get one half off sale, savings off our everyday low price on in-store furniture only. Matches and clearance items are excluded. And with our large selection of lamps, fixtures, and accessories, you'll save more with 40% off our everyday low price. Hurry and disclose the sales event ends May 31st. Visit our main showroom and mattress gallery in the river or our coastal home decor gifts and more store in North Palm Beach. We're open 7 days a week. Seaside furniture,
All right, rejected at the 50, at the highs of the day, rather. AMD.
All talk, no results. They take dark money and are controlled by special.
That's set up where it's colder than I had planned. Usually it's in the 70s, 80s, where deal with sweat out here and all that, but it's cool. It's in the 60s. No rain. Track should be fast. The Kentucky Oaks, the best 3-year-old race for the Phillies, is tonight in prime time on NBC. It's a little bit different under the lights, Churchill Downs, but the weather for the Oaks tonight, weather for the Derby tomorrow, perfect. I think we have a great 2 days ahead. Might have to throw a little something on Great White, 50 to 1. I talked to Eddie Olczyk though first. See if Edzo likes it. And a huge horse. The biggest was so big they were worried that the horse wouldn't fit in the gate. He does. If he gets going, look out. Have a great call. I know you will. As always, Mike, thanks. Good to see you, Judge. Be good. All right, take care. That's Mike Tirico. Coming up next, our calls of the day. One firm turning more bullish on one of Jim Lebenthal's latest buys. We discuss next.
Average price target of $35, which would be about 30% higher.
Okay, they're talking Royal Caribbean and let's see, RCL, NCLH, the cruise lines. NCLH.
Well, I mean, I think what's happening in the cruise area, in other words, the Royal Caribbean, Norwegian, and Carnival, is they've got significant pricing power. In fact, if you look at capacity, it's been growing, but effectively prices have been growing faster than capacity. Carnival, when you look at their last earnings results, denoted 85% total bookings for 2026 for the full year. They had record revenue last quarter at $6.62 billion. They're also guiding quite far out. It was pretty remarkable to see them do so. They see actually 50% increase in adjusted earnings between last quarter, the end of 2026, as well as through 2029. They're also expecting about $14 billion in some sort of repatronage. That includes
Netflix still fading. Netflix.
Operational efficiencies are improving for the underlying business. Now, inflation is, of course, increasing operational costs. They're able to pass that on. Demand seems to be very strong. And I think that those who are traveling are still spending quite a bit of money. The company did note that there's going to be about a $500 million expense that is increased based on additional fuel, at least in 2026. But free cash flow, I looked at the free cash flow position, over $3.1 billion last year. And that includes, of course, the $1.2 billion in interest on debt that they paid. So their cash flow is better than they were just a few years ago, irrespective of the fact that they've got that debt load that's still weighing on the balance sheet, and the price action in the stock is still higher, up 44% in the last year. So their financial position is improving. The bookings growth is there. They've got $8 billion in deposits that have been taken in for 2026. And they're very confident based on their guidance for earnings as well as dividends and share buybacks going forward through 2029.
I'm glad you mentioned the jet piece of it for Carnival, because for a while that was the reason, one of the reasons why Royal Caribbean outperformed Carnival. But on a year-over-year basis, to your point, Carnival is actually outperforming Royal Caribbean. Even though the Royal
AMD is breaking higher. Watch AMD here. AMD trying to break out. Let's see. Not a whole lot. 72.60.
Well, I think if you want the one with the cleanest balance sheet, it's Norwegian. Carnival has the largest revenue out of the three. It does have the most debt load, but again, I do think that if you look at bookings growth and the number of bookings as a percent of total sales, Carnival seems to be fully booked or close to fully booked as best as they can. I think the demand for their level of service is highest right now. You also have to consider that people aren't going to book cruises quickly. Now some may do so in short notice, but most of the people who have booked these cruises have done so months in advance. This is again prior to the raise in fuel prices. So again, going forward, we'll have to see if the summer fuel spike that we perhaps see changes some of the outlook going into the fall or maybe winter of next year. But I think what's happening here is this entire industry is becoming very concentrated. There are obviously some smaller cruise liners out there, but the three biggest ones I mentioned, Norwegian, Royal, and Carnival, seem to have good pricing power, and they're all pretty fully booked. And the demand is still there. People are still traveling. It just comes down to people see things at the pump where it's automobiles. But again, from a cruise line perspective, these bookings are fully advanced.
Net open interest. Let's see what that looks like. All right, the main net open interest is overhead. There's a little bit down below, but
like the Walmart of cruise lines. It's the lowest price point, but it's the biggest, and it's the most people. And so they've been doing extremely well. They've been having nice profits. Their bookings through 2027 are up at higher prices, so they're bringing in more deposits. So, but the stock has struggled up here. And remember, the cruise industry all has debt. However, and higher gas prices was a problem. Those are starting to dissipate. Now you see the stock is up 1.6% today. So when I looked at here, I looked at on the chart, and this $24 level, $23.75, $24 level is a really firming level if you look on the chart in terms of support. So what I did, I went out to the May 22nd. They don't have earnings until the end of June, so they were just up. Now they're not up for a couple of months. And so what I'm looking at here is just because the stock only trades, $26, just under $27. I'm selling the 25 cash secure put, which the downside issue at risk all the way to zero, right? Once your stock, if you get the stock put to you because you're short and naked put. But I did that for about 60 cents. It's trading about 63 cents now. But your break even is with the stock trading where it is about almost $27. Where you would enter this stock is about $24.40. So right around within about a half dollar of that really good support level. And so the good news is if it doesn't get to 25, you keep the money. But if you were going to buy Carnival Cruise at 25 or lower anyway, this is one way to do it, Diane. It's a cash secure put, very similar
going to do it for us today on Fast Market. I'm Diane King, all alongside Kevin Hayes. Our thanks to Kevin Green for stepping in today. Download the Schwab Network app. It is available in the App Store. Tune in 24/7 on Schwab Network.
AMD breaking out.
Stay with us. You have got Next Gen Investing coming up.
AMD new high today, breaking out.
So what is unique about Schwab coaching is the community.
There's a lot of energy, like-minded people are learning with you. You can just see and feel all the excitement around getting to learn a new topic.
Some of you want to get everything face to face with you and 400 or 500 of your closest friends.
Some clients like to be in the privacy of their own home on an online workshop, but still having that live interaction with the coach.
As I'm talking, questions are coming in from that live audience. They help me fill in those gaps as an educator.
People learn differently, but all those ways we actually teach it all come back to the point of making a difference and helping you make progress. And so that means not just giving you theory, it means giving you the practical action using a platform.
So we want it to be fun, we want it to be informative, and most of all, we want you to walk away with a skill set and independently be successful in achieving your goals. Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, about the same rate of change on PDS.
All of the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Hot insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live at home. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com. No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and
AMD still moving higher. AMD.
Very flat closing bell. Told you we had Eric Woodring on Apple, Tom Lee, Jonathan Krinsky, Warren Pye. So I look forward to seeing y'all in a couple hours. Final trade farmer.
Take a look at Apollo rallying here.
Yep.
Archer Daniels Midland, they report numbers on Tuesday. I'm expecting a great print.
DLR.
Yeah, Digital Realty, the AI trade's going to keep pushing this one higher.
All right. TN3, the exchange begins right now.
Thank you very much, Scott, and welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans, and we just wrapped up the best month for the S&P and for the Nasdaq. And wait for it, in 6 years, 6 years, the S&P rocketing 10% in that time. Although it has some scratching their heads about it, we'll talk about why in a little bit. And we're mostly trading higher today. The Dow only down about 50 points. The best performer is the Nasdaq, up 1%. Apple is helping; it's up nearly 5% on strong guidance. Although Tim Cook warned about the ongoing memory supply crunch, saying on their earnings call, quote, "Beyond the June quarter, we believe memory costs will drive an increasing impact on our business, and we'll continue to evaluate this." For now, soaring demand from memory stocks like Western Digital driving it to a 150% gain just this year. The stock trading down about 2% today after earnings, and some analyst concerns over manufacturing capacity. So let's start there. Joining us in an exchange exclusive is Western Digital CEO Irving Tan. Irving, it's great to see you again. Welcome.
Kelly, thank you very much for having me on your show again.
I assume when analysts say they're worried about your capacity, they want more. Is that what they mean? Is that what they're looking for and what the market needs right now is more capacity? Or is there concern that there is more capacity coming online
could dent the strong run we've seen?
I think the focus really is on the increasing demand that we're seeing from customers, right? We highlighted just 2 months ago that we thought that the demand for storage requirements was going to be about a 25% CAGR rate going forward, and it's more trending to 30% from what we see right now. And so the concern is the industry, and are we as Western Digital able to meet that supply? And we feel confident that we can. It's really our focus is less around delivering more units of drives, but delivering higher capacity drives to meet that storage requirement that we're seeing just continue to accelerate from our customers.
I remember we talked about that last time. You said we can meet demand by having higher capacity, not just a higher kind of number of widgets, so to speak.
Correct.
So I want to back up and make sure I've got this story right, because it's quite a story. You took over in early February of 25, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, as part of the spin-off or the split between Western Digital and SanDisk?
That's right. We spun off SanDisk in February 24.
Okay. So it's, if you look back, the performance, I mean, we talk about SanDisk all the time. It's up, I think, 1,200%. Western Digital's up 400%. Do you think the split is now justified by what we've seen? Because you have a flash play and yours more pure hard drive play. Should they have stayed together? I'm just curious. I don't know if anyone, yourself included, or saw quite this level of explosive demand for memory coming.
Yeah, I think that the split was the right thing to do. It really created two pure play companies, one in the memory space, SanDisk, and one in the storage space through Western Digital. And that singular focus on each of our lines of business, I think it's really strengthened our ability to better support and deliver the technology and to enable our customers to really take advantage of the massive demand that we're seeing being created from AI. So definitely the right move. Now, obviously, on hindsight, we think we would get the explosive growth that we've seen. We wish we had a crystal ball, but definitely the right decision, and it's panned out in terms of how we've seen the reaction both to the stock price and the performance of both companies.
And we spoke with Mehdi Hosseini a little bit earlier this week and asked him about kind of the stocks that he thinks are best positioned right now after the crazy runs that we've seen. He actually has one of his favorites of SanDisk is this flash, and he said it's the tokenization phase of AI that he thinks will drive ongoing utilization of flash. I'm just curious if you agree with that or have kind of a broad take on how we're moving from the build-out phase of artificial intelligence to the usage or the tokenization part.
Yeah, so if you bring it back to what we provide at WD, we provide storage, right? And the driver of storage over the last 2 years has really been from AI model training. So it requires a lot of data to actually train models. And what we're seeing going forward that's driving that incremental growth rate that I just highlighted, going from 25% CAGR to 30% CAGR, is really threefold. That ongoing demand for data storage from model training and retraining of those models to get them to be even more efficient, deliver better quality results. We're starting to see that demand now for storage coming from inference. 2/3 of compute workloads this year are expected to come from inference. Every inference workload will result in more data being generated that requires more data to be stored as well. And the third piece is from physical AI.
AMD continuation.
Autonomous vehicles. There are limited data sets to actually train physical AI. So if you take an autonomous vehicle as an example, there's only so much weather data that you can capture. There's only so much video data you can capture around what's happening in terms of traffic conditions and so on. So they're using a lot of that data sets to use AI to generate synthetic data, to create enough data to better train and enable this physical AI model. So the combination of these three things will continue to drive a lot more storage requirements and propel the growth of storage going forward.
That's fascinating. Is it true that your margins are like 60%?
We've just reported the current quarter at 50.5, and obviously we see demand continuing to grow. We also reported a 9% increase in pricing. And our focus is really to ensure that we provide predictable pricing to our customers and avoid volatility in terms of what we deliver. So they're better able to design their architectures for storage in the long term to better be able to meet the growth in demand for storage and to be able to price predictably to their end customers as well, to the Anthropics of the world, to the OpenAIs of the world.
Is 9% pricing conservative, Irving?
Look, I think there's a lot more opportunity for us to continue to expand pricing. And the way we've structured it is to really focus our ability to drive pricing in a predictable way
through the delivery of better value to our customers. Our focus is really to continue to deliver better total cost of ownership to our customers, and we do that through a combination of delivering higher capacity drives and better performing drives. So every time we're introducing a high capacity drive, which we will be doing the second half of calendar 26, that delivers better TCO value to our customers. That's an opportunity for us to increase pricing.
When we hear Apple CEO Tim Cook saying, they face supply constraints on the memory front in the quarter, he says it'll drive an increasing impact on our business and that we'll continue to evaluate this. Do they have a lot of other options to evaluate or, look at cheaper memory options, different kinds of ways to kind of use processing on the phone? I'm the technology more than I. What other options do he or other of your potential customers have?
Yeah, if you look up and down the AI stack from compute to memory to storage where we play, there's a lot of that's happening to see how greater optimization can happen, right? You've seen and heard of things like TurboQuant more recently or many other similar software tools that drive better efficiency in terms of the use of memory in terms of inferencing as an example. So we're going to continue to see innovation up and down the stack, be it both on the hardware side and also on the software side to drive greater efficiency. We think that's actually a very positive thing because the more efficiently you can use memory, for example, that means you can drive a lot more inferencing. A lot more inferencing means a lot more data getting created, and that means a lot more storage that needs to be there to support that as well. So that's very positive from a WD perspective.
I forget the term for it, but you lower the cost of something, you actually create more demand for it, and I think that's what you're talking about. OpenAI has had some well-documented struggles recently, and obviously they're a big client on the data center front. If they have to pull back, would that be a risk to the business?
We don't see that being a risk to the business because we see, demand right now outstripping supply. So if there's a shortfall in demand for one particular AI lab, we see that being easily taken up by others.
And does the shift overall from GPUs to CPUs have an impact on memory demand, on storage demand?
No, it doesn't. At the end of the day, it's all about the fact that whether it's GPUs or CPUs, which are going to be used a lot more in inferencing, what happens is all it does is it drives more data creation, which in turn creates more demand for storage. So it's a very positive flywheel and something to just recognize when it comes to storage versus memory or compute. If you take a tokens, for example, the underlying resources that create a token are memory and compute. Those resources get reused, once you finish a token gets expired because it runs an inference workload or it's used for memory for model training. Once that model is done, you can recycle the assets there. It's not the case for storage. The data that's getting created from an inference workload or from a model gets stored and it's persistent.
AMD working nicely here.
Because of the value of data. And so the data that's getting created and the requirement for data storage is just compounding over time.
Yeah, thinking about my Google photos, not a perfect analogy, but
a very good one.
The amount of storage, sometimes I just need to go through and delete these, but it's hard. I just want to go back. Look, one quick question before I do. On gross margins at 50.5%, do you guys see that going substantially higher in the future? Could that come down amid kind of customer pushback, or where are we in the cycle for you to have gross margins around that level?
So I think as we move forward, there's a lot more to expand, even as we drive greater value creation through total cost of ownership reductions for our customers. That will give us an opportunity to share in the value creation in terms of pricing. Obviously, we're very focused on cost downs as well. Last quarter, we had a 10% year-on-year from a cost down perspective. So we continue to deliver value to our customers, being able to price up, manage our costs very effectively. We see ongoing opportunity to drive gross margin expansion.
All right, and finally, I just want to circle back. You guys have such a hard job of running these businesses. I get to just sit here and kind of look back and Monday morning quarterback then. ChatGPT launched in 2022, and in 2025, I think it was, you said you split, Western Digital and SanDisk. Did you see the tsunami that was coming?
All right, AMD, I'd probably take some profits off the table if you haven't already done so.
This is one of the biggest, stock market rallies for these. It's hard to. I don't know what your company's analogy is, but we had a company the other day going from making like $1 in earnings per share to $100. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit over the last couple of years, but things of this magnitude.
Yeah, I see that. GAB, yeah.
This tsunami of
say I was prescient, and I could feel that we were going to just the AI trade was going to explode. But so we had an inkling of it, but the pace of which innovation has happened, the pace of which AI has happened, and more importantly, the confidence that we're seeing going forward in terms of the monetization of AI and the business opportunity of it and the impact that it can have to businesses, it's really unprecedented. And we're doing our best to really catch up. But
AMD is still going.
potential that going forward, we're definitely investing for the future to be able to support the demand for storage.
AMD having a nice day.
All right, 30% growth rates you think now versus 25. So it doesn't appear to be slowing down yet. Irving, thanks for making the time joining us today. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Western Digital CEO Irving Tan. Now, technology stocks broadly have been the key driver of the market's huge April rally. The S&P is up 14% just from the March 30 lows. And Wolf Research notes that 70% of those returns have come from just 10 big cap tech companies, including Alphabet, Nvidia, and Amazon. Michael Kandrowicz,
Intel still hanging out. Maybe it closed above 100 today. AMD, very solid day. Very solid.
Understates the strength of equities outside of that. And look at how strong small caps have been in recent weeks, and certainly year to date, or even small cap tech stocks that are up high double digits. So I would disagree with that analysis, and I think it's kind of overlooking just the current weighting of those names, and that is going to always lead to a big contribution regardless.
Where else do you see strength when you look around the markets and see signs of health? For those who are simply going to see a headline flash by, gosh, 10%, 14%, these numbers, they don't make sense, based on their experience of the economy or the geopolitical headlines that they see. What else to you suggests this is strong and has solid fundamentals?
Well, I say three things. One, the market breadth. So again, look year to date.
Tesla, consolidate. AMD just looks great. AMD is gone.
Small caps are up about
Wow.
average 14 to 15% depending on the index.
Wish I had more now.
So that's number one. Number two,
Nice. AMD.
continue to see more companies than we've seen in recent months. We're seeing more companies seeing positive earnings revisions than we saw throughout 23, 24, most of 2025. And that's happening. This is the third point, the macro data. We continue to see both globally and domestically manufacturing PMIs continue to improve and move the right direction. That's consistent with broader earnings breadth, which ultimately, all else equal, leads to broader market breadth. So we still think that's the underlying story. Short tech had a great move in April after several months of underperforming. But even within tech, look down in cap, the returns are much greater than the Mag 7.
I'm glad you mentioned the ISM, which is a huge data point. We just got it a couple of hours ago, kind of sets the tone for the month and maybe for the next few. And it did still hold in there in expansionary territory, finally, a few months string of that after years of contractions. But there's some hint of pull forward. First of all, prices paid were super high, worse since 22 on that front. New orders were up a little bit, but there were some anecdotes about people building inventories ahead of or in case of what could be coming down the pike. Does that concern you at all?
No, I think that's part of
Robinhood's working well too. Robinhood.
about a dozen different long-term relationships and things that lead the trend in PMI.
Okay, Robinhood
9 to 18 months.
off the low.
Things like changes in the Fed funds rate, changes in the 10-year yield,
60-minute
growth,
back above the 20 EMA.
purchase applications, which strongly improved last year. Those lead by a year. And we're also seeing strength globally. So to say this is about something unique to the U.S. or just about pull forward, I think the data suggests that there's something much broader going on, and I think that's due to the monetary and fiscal policy that we're seeing kick in.
We got to go, but would you rule out 8,000 on the S&P this year?
I think you need some multiple expansion. I think if we can get oil prices much lower and straight back open, absolutely. We already have earnings growth improving by more than 10% year to date from where we started on the forward number, and the street's looking for another double-digit gain next year. So if we get oil prices down, that is a very good backdrop for equities.
finally see a break in that upward momentum, that's next.
AMD is still moving.
Out to a new all-time high after the company beat earnings and raised its full-year guidance. We'll ask the CEO what's behind their growth. That's coming up ahead on the exchange.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Sneaking around doing shit. AMD is still pushing a bit higher.
Signing agreements with 7 tech firms to use their AI tools, but Anthropic isn't one of them. Those details and what it means for tech's future in DC. That's next.
Pretty decent day.
Much more range bound. A low near about 130, a high near about 160. So converging in this range, kind of a sideways drift as we head into earnings. These low volatility times can often
Pretty
be
decent day today.
higher volatility when the breakout does eventually happen.
Robinhood.
I guess I should say. So when we do move forward then and think about what our moving averages can tell us, they are quite reflective of this sideways grind. We have all four of our moving
ARM Holdings pushing a bit higher. It looks like a little profit taking in an AMD. ARM Holdings about to break out now. Okay, ARM Holdings looks good. ARM Holdings.
area to watch out for if we do start to make a directional move. RSI, pretty similar to what we saw with our price activity here, trending sideways.
ARM Holdings
Strong lean one way or the other. Just a
looks good on the 60-minute too.
so perhaps you could say a bit more of a bullish outlook here, but really
RSI rising.
that story very quickly anyway. When we finally do look at our volume profile,
ARM Holdings trying to follow through.
you can see more that things are looking much more sideways once again, but we have some clear horizontal levels to watch out for. One node here between about 125 to 140 to the downside. The upper edge of our range roughly coincides with the node here from 150 to 160 with our point of control coming in near 155. So that would be another key area the bulls would want to push above. Then finally, our major node to the upside comes in between about 175 to about 185 or so.
Okay, yeah, and Palantir tried to at least make up some losses today and still at least positive on the week, but again, has not been immune to some of the pressures we've seen weigh on broader software stocks, as we talked about pretty heavily in the top of our show today. But appreciate you, Mr. Cat, for all of that technical setup. And now as we do approach trading Palantir, for example, purposes, Alex, walk us through your thinking.
Yeah, so with this one, just looking for the stock to hold on or potentially move higher. So neutral bullish, short put vertical goes out to May 15th cycle. So it skips next week and goes out 1 week further. And it looks at sort of those recent price levels that had been in play around 135. So it's 135, 130. Put vertical looking to collect $1.50. That'd be 30 cents for every $1 of risk on that spread. And so that creates a risk profile where you risk $350 per spread with a chance to make 150. You can see that break even at 133.50. So neutral to bullish, elongated Z risk profile that we're used to seeing on these neutral to bullish strategies.
Yeah, and Palantir will definitely be one to watch. I always think their earnings calls are so interesting, as Alex Karp is just a very interesting leader of course, Palantir. So lots to keep on our radar for next week, but we will leave it there for Chartmaster today. Now, coming up next, we'll dive into the big move today in Apple.
All right, ARM Holdings on the move here.
We pulled back slightly here, still 4% on what was seen as exceptional demand for its iPhone 17.
For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute using insights.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable content, from inflation data to sector rotation. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, had a stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up? My dad, he's been with Schwab for a long time. Jim, my financial consultant, I probably met 20 years ago. Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time for FOMO, and we are talking Apple's.
All right, AMD still pushing.
Today in reaction to its quarterly update. So joining us now is Marley Caden, host of the Schwab Network, for some more insight into what went right tonight. We'll say a 4% move in Apple. You can feel it with the overall markets mostly higher here, and I will say a bright spot of all of the volatility we've seen this week. Yes, and I think you phrased it right. It's what went right here.
Futures continue to rise here. Futures, hedge flows.
March quarter they've ever had. The latest numbers just continuing to extend this sales resurgence they're seeing that broke records during the holiday quarter. So now this is a second quarter where we've had a record-breaking quarter. Revenue increased 16% last quarter. Now, for the quarter, this quarter, they saw revenue of $111.2 billion. Analysts were looking for about 109.66, so that was a beat. EPS was also a beat at 201. Analysts were looking for $1.96. That was also an improvement over the year-ago quarter for both metrics.
7280 was the earlier area that we were watching for resistance. We got as high as 7270, not quite there. RSI, hedge flows continue to rise.
We've seen such punishment on inline results. So when I first read that metric as it came across the wire, I thought, this might be a problem. But I think because of that 20% revenue growth continued for back-to-back quarters here, we sort of looked over the fact that it came in mostly in line with the consensus. We also saw the Mac revenue increase. That went up to $8.39 billion. The Mini, of course, has been the breakout star of the AI boom of late as people are buying those minis to power their Claude and OpenClaw systems. Apple also debuting that $599 MacBook Neo in early March. Their iPad rose to $6.9 billion. Wearables, home and accessories brought in $7.9 billion. Also, their second largest business, services, generated revenue of $30.97 billion versus the expected $30.37. So another beat there. And that revenue was $26.64 billion in the quarter in the year-ago period, just for some perspective. Also saw some increases in China, some gains in China, which I'm not sure if that was surprising.
AMD is still pushing.
Numbers for the first quarter for China, but revenue increased to about $20.5 billion, which was so much better than the analysts were looking for. They were only looking for 18.9. So, I mean, overall, there was very little to not like in this report. Like I said, the one thing that made me a little wary was when that iPhone number came in pretty much in line, but everyone just sort of glanced past it because the accelerated growth is still so high.
I think we learned a lot this week, and we wondered what the answer to this question was going to be, but I've been saying all week the dichotomy between the Meta approach and the Apple approach. I just want to know what the street's going to do with it. And, well, Meta got destroyed after its earnings and its huge capex. Apple continues to spend way less than that. They're spending money, but they're spending it on, like, returning it to shareholders and buying back stock. And what, is it an all-time high? It's definitely close if it's not an all-time high here in real time, Marley.
Yeah, it's close. Right now we're at 282.27. Right now it's 288.62 is the offer. We're pretty close there. But you mentioned that dividend. I mean, they're saying they increased their dividend. They boosted their buyback as much as $100 billion in shares. I mean, a very different approach here. And also you mentioned they're spending less. A lot of that is tied to this AI strategy. And they did give, I guess we'll call it a small AI update, but I mean, not a significant update. Anyway, Apple Intelligence will be rolling out later this year. Tim Cook shared on the call saying, quote, what truly sets Apple apart is how Apple Intelligence...
Wow, AMD is having one hell of a day. Just not stopping, AMD. Still going.
Now, I think that private part is very important to a lot of users.
Ay, ay, ay.
There's almost some humor in this because their AI is just so far behind everybody else's that when I was talking to analysts
AMD continuation.
We so criticize them for like Siri rollout, for example, where I'm like, how can you argue a super cycle if we're not seeing that demand really reflected in the numbers? Which this is the closest thing to a super cycle we've seen in years, to their credit. But I agree, it's like the innovation arm they've never really been great at, but they're great at coming second to the party.
Well, one thing I was going to say too.
Apple and Netflix fading most of the day. Looks like Meta's trying to recover. Microsoft.
And as long as they can kind of play kingmaker and be the device that we interact with these platforms on, they kind of have the luxury of just sitting there and waiting until they figure out who's going to win.
It's the host that doesn't come down the stairs until cocktail hours.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what Apple's doing right now. But I mean, they did address some other things. There were some other exciting announcements. They said part of this refocus on America, this reshoring, that they are going to bring that Mac Mini production to the U.S. later this year. They all Tim Cook also said that he's lining up John Turnus with a pipeline that has 10 different products in it. So that's very exciting. Whether or not those are updated products we already know, or if they're potentially game-changing products that we have not yet interacted with, we don't have details on. The other component here was the memory component. That was the other thing everybody was sort of wondering about, was how much is memory taking a hit here. They did acknowledge head on those memory chip costs will increase. The shortages for Mac computers, really, it was more the computers they were focused on than the iPhones. I believe Tim Cook said would persist for what he called several months, but he did not anticipate the iPhone impact being that significant. But the memory expenses, what he said, climb, quote, significantly higher in this coming quarter as compared to the March quarter. So another thing to keep an eye on, but it was something we were keeping an eye on for this quarter, and it turned out to be a nothing. So it remains to be seen if this will still be a nothing next quarter.
I think that was also a huge win. So there was a lot of fear over like how higher memory costs obviously were going to contribute to Apple, but I think a further reminder that this is more of that hardware player. I mean, this is not really immune to some of the pressures we've seen weigh on a lot of the software names, because frankly, Apple is still 51% of their revenue is still the iPhone. So a good reminder of why they're different in, like, of course, some of the trends we've seen across AI. So now as we do look at trading this name here, and of course, for example purposes, Alex, obviously a 4% move. I know we've pared back some of the strength of today, but this is a sure win for Apple shareholders.
Yeah, and I guess I had forgotten that Apple hasn't made a new all-time high all the way since.
Very strong trend in AMD.
If you think it's going to, I know it got really close this morning, and then it's going to continue on and maybe hit
GoPro and GameStop. GoPro.
This strategy would benefit from that. So it's buying out of the money called debit spread, May 15th expiration. It's the 290-300 spread here for a $2 debit. That means the trader would risk $200 with a chance to make
GoPro trending above the 60-minute 20 MA. Moved above the 200-day. Weekly looks good. GoPro.
Yeah, and closing out the week, I mean, really, at least for probably a lot of our overall markets higher here, is we're now up about 4% for the week, so in line with the move today. But we will leave it there for FOMO. So appreciate Marley Keaton, host for the Schwab Network, for all of that breakdown. But now coming up next, May 1st does mark National Investing Day, and we will talk about why this day matters and why starting small can make a big difference. The next gen returns.
GameStop. Okay. AMD, though. AMD looking really good. Very strong day, AMD. Team Atlassian, Strategy, Datadog, Zscaler, Seagate Technologies, all of those very strong. Shopify, Charter Communications, Palantir, Intel, and DoorDash, all in the top 10. Charter. Okay, what's Meta doing? Meta was lower as well. Meta trying to find. Oh, it's probably going to base now. Meta, similar to what we did with Netflix. Netflix.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are. Morning movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst call. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern. Morning movers only on Schwab Network. Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. So today is National Investing Day, which is all about empowering people to take control of their financial futures through investing. So joining us now for more on this is Lisa Hunt, EVP of International Services at Charles Schwab, to discuss more on why this day was created. So Lisa, thanks so much for joining the program today. For viewers who may be hearing about it for the first time, what really is National Investing Day? Hi, Jenny, and thank you for having me today. I'm here on the floor of the exchange celebrating the second annual National Investing Day. It's a day that we set in motion last year to really recognize and celebrate investors and the power of investing and what that means to our clients and really any client that's out there investing.
Lisa, it's May 1st. That wasn't an accident. It's a day that has a pretty meaningful history with Charles Schwab. You want to talk to us a little bit about why May 1st was ultimately selected?
All right, Tesla's starting to move now. Tesla breaking out.
Decided to celebrate National Investing Day on May 1st. We started it last year on the 50th anniversary of the day that
Tesla's breaking out.
Exchange Commission, the SEC, basically removed fixed fees or commissions out of the regulatory environment.
Reddit looks good.
On that same day and there forward, a lot of companies really took the opportunity to increase the fees and increase the cost of investing. Our founder, Charles Schwab, Chuck, as we call him, really saw it as an opportunity to create a lot of accessibility to investing, really democratize investing to all, reducing the cost to invest and reducing one of the big barriers for anybody to be able to take advantage of the great capital markets here in the United States. Okay, so after Financial Literacy Month in April, what gaps is National Investing Day really able to fill when it comes to encouraging people to actually take some action? Yeah, we have a lot of investors, like most of the people.
Tesla looking good.
Are investors, but there are millions of people in America and globally that don't invest and often don't even save. One of the biggest missions of National Investing Day, celebrating this, is really to call attention to how important it is for everyone to be invested, for everyone to have access to growing their wealth and improving their lives. More than anything, we want people to understand investing.
Okay, there goes AMD more. AMD going more. Jeez.
It's never been more accessible and a better value than today, and really want to get people as invested as possible.
Yeah, and Lisa, one of the things that I know is our mission on this program is Next Gen Investing after all, is trying to engage with a younger demographic in more of a fun, exciting way. And what trends are you seeing with sort of the age at which those starting their journeys or actually making that first step?
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest trends we're seeing here at Schwab, even with our own company, is that people are getting engaged and starting investing a lot earlier. In fact, over a third of our new accounts, our new investors, are Gen Z individuals less than 30 years old. And we've got great educational tools, great content to really help people get engaged and learn. And in fact, last month, we launched Schwab Teen Account, which allows individuals and future investors 13 to 17 years old to open an account and get started on their investing journey as well. Okay, so speaking to that investing journey, what is one small but sort of meaningful step that, say, if someone's new to this field can take to not feel perhaps so overwhelmed by the flood of information out there? Yeah, I think just getting started, making a commitment to become an investor is a great first step. Go to schwab.com, pull up some of our basic investing content so that you can get educated around investing, get confident around it, and feel empowered. Open an account and work with us or work online.
Tesla.
Lisa, International Investing Day, National Investing Day. You're already
There goes Broadcom. Broadcom next.
Absolutely. We all know investing is a journey. The best part about starting early is you have decades to let your wealth grow. But if you've been investing for a while, use a natural investing day to take stock of where you are. Look at your portfolio, look at your financial plan, reflect on where you are personally, and make sure that those things are still aligned and working for you. And if you're an extremely experienced investor, use this as an opportunity to pay it forward. Talk to somebody in your family who isn't invested yet, a colleague or maybe a neighbor. Help them experience what you have in your own wealth creation and help them get started to invest today. Okay, what is your advice for someone, say, parsing through all of the news, and obviously there's a lot of geopolitical news, but also there's a lot of like pipe trade, for example, sort of, I would say, is really stuffing some of the volatility across the headlines, but also like maybe the stability of trying to make more expensive trades. Yeah, well, I mean, I've been investing for over 40 years, and I can't remember a time where there's been more noise to distract you. But the reality is, get invested and stay invested. That's the most important principle. Ignore the noise, invest for the long term, have a good plan, and stick to it. And when there is volatility, and you can
Okay, Meta coming back down a little bit. Broadcom looking pretty good though. Broadcom following through. 60-minute chart on the right, 3-minute on the left.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 1,100 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour.
Schwab Network delivers real-time market insights, live from the NYSE, NASDAQ, SIBO, and beyond. From earnings to economic data, we cover what matters as it happens. Streaming 24/7, anytime, anywhere.
Tesla.
On SchwabNetwork.com. Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Check. Options.
Tesla's still trying to go.
Technical analysis. Morning
AMD continues, but AMD is acting very unusually strong.
Stay connected to the markets, the Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services.
Wow, AMD is just killing it. Very unusual price action though.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are. I'm Nicole Pedalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network. Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7
today, which is up over 30%. So here's just more about this huge move to the upside. I'd like to welcome in George Tillett, senior markets correspondent for the network. So George, not a name that we frequently discuss, but today definitely warrants some attention because we are up over 30%. So walk us through what's driving so much of today's outperformance of 5-9 shares.
Yeah, I think this kind of interesting. I think this is a situation where we may have had a stock that was, sort of lost and forgotten, maybe mispriced, for lack of a better word. 5.9 is one of these businesses like Ring Central, NIC is another one, but also Zoom Communications in the sense that they're a cloud contact center solutions business, AI-driven applications, workflow automation, but they also provide customer service support for things like chat, email, voice, as well as social media. If you look at the 5-year chart, the stock was down about 87%, pretty significant decline, but nice move today. On the back of earnings, which are actually pretty good, if you look at the EPS numbers the company reported, 76 cents was the number versus the 68-cent estimate. So that increased EPS compared to last year, which is around 62 cents, 22.5%. And sales bested the estimates by about 6 million, coming at 305 million versus 299. But that number was higher by 9.2%. The other thing is if you look at the sales number at 9.2% relative to subscription revenue growth at 13%, that gives you an idea.
All right, AMD starting to flag, Tesla starting to flag. All right, so let's take a look at the number of stocks advancing. 216 stocks advancing. So semis taking over today and tech. So those were weak to start yesterday. These are up again today with consumer discretionary thanks to Tesla. Tesla and Amazon make up nearly 50% of the weight of the XLY consumer discretionary sector. Okay, Amazon pretty nice. Still looking for an opportunity on Google. I missed it this morning. Google. I'm still going to wait a little bit for Google. Nokia, of course, another one. Nokia is doing well. Lots of volume for the last 7 trading days.
Yeah, and I mean, a big move today, and you mentioned also the big move that we're seeing still in Twilio, which is still up, I mean, just shy of 20%. So some big moves across these names that we're in need of some revival, at least throughout the last year or so. But appreciate it, George Chellis, for all of that rundown. That will also do it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing for today and this week. Appreciate you all for tuning in. We have the watch list with Diane King Paul coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists, streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are. Good afternoon and welcome to the watch list. I'm Diane King Hall. It's about 2 p.m. Eastern here at the New York Stock Exchange. Let's start out with what's coming up on today's show. In our tech spotlight, Matt Tuttle joins us to take a closer look at Apple off the back of its quarterly results and to recap everything we've heard from the Mag 7 this week with much of that sector in focus. In our watch list panel, we'll discuss the latest memory stock movement after Western Digital and SanDisk reported quarterly results. And in big moves, Alice Coffee has real options trades from Amazon, Nvidia, and Nokia. Let's get right into a check of the markets with about 2 hours left in the trading day here on Wall
Tesla's still trying to push a bit higher. New York Fangs are mixed now. Futures up 35, 34, 35. Hedge flows still at the high of the day. Hedge flows. We're right at a node right now. We're holding on to. Tesla looks a little tired now. Stocks are feeling a bit tired, maybe taking some profits off. Not a bad idea. It's a little after 2 o'clock. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Just watching the markets at the moment. Apple, quite a fade from the high. Gap up this morning. 60-minute. ARM holdings. Looking for more upside in ARM. Apple not doing too much other than fading the gap up this morning. ARM continues through this level. Watching it 60-minute on the right.
that has been lackluster, soft over the last couple of years, but we did see a strong quarter there, and so we are seeing AMD moving to the upside. AMD also has that exposure when it comes to the CPU space. Qualcomm as well.
Amazon looking for it to push back up, hopefully. A ABCD pattern on Amazon.
Samsung reports really strong earnings when it comes to smartphone demand, and the China numbers and the data we are getting out of China is also supporting that. So overall, the tech trade's still holding up. Kind of some key areas of resistance for the S&P on an intraday basis. Let's see how we actually finish up into the close here.
And it feels like there's some resistance for NVIDIA. Because looking at that chart, it's like that 200 ceiling is back for NVIDIA. It just seems like it's
ARM Holdings. Got a ways to go to get back up to the recent highs. 15 points. Microsoft turning back up. Microsoft. ABCD pattern on Microsoft headed back up to the highs.
Look above fail, retest a key area of resistance that now turns into support, and then continue to move higher here. This has been one of the laggards when it comes to the chip trade, but when you're looking at the fundamentals, it's still relatively strong compared to the overall group.
Okay, and let's talk. You mentioned AMD. It's got earnings due next week. What are you watching in the week ahead?
Okay, Nokia pulled back a bit from the highs. Nokia. Intel.
Since COVID-19 is now the time that we actually do see that refresh cycle. AMD could be a beneficiary of that. The only thing about AMD in their earnings announcement, Lisa Su, phenomenal CEO, but maybe the delivery when it comes to the conference call could be a little bit more of a risk for that company compared to what we see from NVIDIA. From an economic standpoint, we have a lot on deck next week, and so we have ISM services as well as jobs data coming.
Futures watching. Looking for a test of that level overhead, 7280. That completely disappeared now. Holding up very well. Hedge flows continue to rise, though. IWM. Calls being bought on IWM. Puts being sold. Both creating positive gamma. Strategy. Okay, here we've got Intel turning back up. Strategy. Okay, on the move again. Strategy, BITX, Bitcoin. Trying to push that higher. Coinbase.
part of the story, but context is key.
So I looked at that 6 months within 2022, it was higher than it is today. But outside of that 6 months, it's never been higher than it is today. And of course, on real terms, it's less. Incomes have grown, so it may not have the same impact as it did in 2022. But the rapidity of the rise in gasoline prices really actually took me by surprise this week.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, especially into the summer season. And did Bookmart just give Kraft Heinz a little pop there?
Yeah, we did.
Not turn again.
Did it move?
I mean, it looked like it moved a little
See if
bit.
your picks ultimately, if this one cuts the mustard. I don't know.
Look at that, Peter. Come on, tell me. Look at that.
Yeah, it's less negative.
Bookmart bump.
Thank you both. Really appreciate it for being here. Peter Bookmart, Ava Ottos of ER Shares.
All right, let's get a check now on the bond market because guess bond market's not paying attention. 10-year yields at 4.36%. Like we're seeing moves in Japan. Japan's very important in the United States. 10-year yield there trading about 2.5. I know we'd love to have 2.5, but that in Japan is the highest level for that debt since 1997. That's like their 5% basically reflects inflationary concerns and the cost of the rise the U.S. dollar.
Okay, Tesla's still up at the highs. Tesla's still pushing. I had to take those spreads off because of that 395. I was at max profit. I wasn't going to make anything above this level, so I was waiting for a dip to maybe get back into some longer dated 400s, 400, 410, something like that. I do have Tesla shares, so it's fine. TSLL shares, got a pretty decent sized position, so watching.
We're going to hone in on another bucket of stocks reporting earnings today, and that'll be brought to you by the letter E because it's all about energy. We'll talk about that. And could we have $150 oil here and soon? Paul Sankey with his take and thoughts coming up.
All right, Tesla's still pushing.
I mean, it used to be that you could just buy one stock and that was Apple. And, it's not what it was. Yeah, it's still, in our mind, a must own. But, that ball has moved to a lot of different areas of the market. And what Apple signaled in their earnings report, going back to what I said about bottlenecks, is memory. And, memory is an area that is really interesting to us. And, we have an ETF coming out for that next month. So, we're going to put our money where our mouth is on that one.
Another member of the Mag 7, although some say it should come out of the Mag 7, Tesla. You like this one. It's having a breakout today. It's up almost 4%. What is it that you like about Tesla?
Yeah, so, if all you look at is Tesla as an EV company, way overvalued. I think Tesla is at the forefront of technology.
Where do they find these people? Where do they find these people? Okay, futures pulling back in a little bit. AMD looks like more profit taking. Stock's starting to see some profit taking at the highs. SMR. Okay, what are the nukes doing? SMR, Oklo, Nano. All right, these aren't really getting much going on there. Seeing more energies focused on the picks and shovels plays like Baker Hughes, Doji for now, Cummins engines for these data centers, power play. Caterpillar up yesterday, currently right at the top of yesterday's range. Caterpillar and GNRC, Generac, all these looking pretty strong. AMD seeing some profit taking. Tesla seeing some profit taking. Okay. ARM Holdings, a little profit taking. ARM.
Both expressing concern about supply disruptions long term. Those guys know what they're talking about, so I have to listen. What's your take?
Tesla. Okay, this time of day, we're looking for ABCD patterns. Tesla pulling back a bit right now, watching hedge flows as well. Starting to peak. So probably a good time to start taking some profits off the table. See if we get a second run later. It's 2 o'clock right now, 2:20. So let's see if they run this higher at all. Futures pulling back, IWM pulling back up from the highs.
Yeah, and so that's I think, and if I'm wrong, Paul, I'm sure he'll tell me, but is that the big oil question right now, which is how long can the inventories, the storage in China, SPR here and in Europe, how long can that hold out? And then what happens if this goes on longer than that holds out?
Yeah, that's right. So basically, you're in a situation where, for example, there's 400 million barrels about left in the SPR. Obviously, you're just hitting 1 million barrels a day of withdrawal right now, and you're probably going to 1.5 million. So you can see right there that you have, approximately, let's say, 300 days, which is only a year. What's extraordinary about the current situation, as you know, is we've been in it now for 60 days plus, and we think it'll be at least 3 days to recover. This is a number that Valero gave yesterday. For every day out, you need 3 days to recover. So the situation is now basically guaranteed to last through to November 26th this year. So, we are going to test inventories and how low we can go before prices go crazy.
Can you kind of hold these energy stocks here, Paul? I know you're a fan of Exxon and Chevron, Valero, and BP. Even if we don't go to 150, even if we, let's say we're 90 or 80s, there's a positive turn here. Because I agree with you, obviously, about, it seems pretty dire. But if there's a positive turn, can you still feel comfortable holding these energy stocks?
I think so, because I think we have raised
Microsoft looking okay. Microsoft coming back off the lows. Still looks like a descending channel. Looks like a descending channel. So we're looking for this to break out RSI to continue pointing up. For the time being, though, MACD, you can see the Bollinger Bands are turning inward, so that's telling us to look for consolidation. Probably a little bit more consolidation on Microsoft. I know we hate it. We've been looking for Microsoft to break out for some time. But that's what it looks like right now. Looks like Bollinger Bands are going to continue to turn inward, and we expect price to stay in this general area. So if you're holding on the options, maybe you want to take some profits if you have them, take profits off and wait. for the actual break. If Bollinger Bands start to open up in the other direction, we're moving into this Kirby area, or at least we could.
Go back to the first question, sorry, Brian.
How much will, if we stay high for this entire quarter, not 1 month like in the first quarter, oil prices stay around this level for the entire quarter, what might that mean for the earnings of some of these companies that you follow?
Well, as you know, I mean, for example, Valero just reported a huge beat with $4. At the moment, the street's at $8 for Q2. So, basically double it. And that's pretty much a lot for Q2 because, we know the crisis is going to continue through the whole of the next 2 months. And then, beyond that, yes, we do think that the futures curve is undervalued for oil. We think that it needs to reflect what's going on here. And as you know, up to now, it simply hasn't. I think everybody who's counting barrels has looked at the past week's data from the government here in the US and gone, wow, it's really happening. You've seen all the inventories, as you know, Brian, go through the bottom of the range. At the same time, we've seen all-time record demand for oil in the US, which is quite remarkable when you think about $4 a gallon and almost $6 a gallon diesel. So, you have a booming economy here, which is another really fascinating aspect of this whole crisis.
I think that what you just said is striking, Paul. You think you may never go to an OPEC meeting again.
Yeah, afraid not. We used to love them. But, it's difficult to see what the organization had become somewhat irrelevant over the past 2 years, and we've completely lost track of quotas and everything else. And as you know, with 30 million barrels of black oil up debate with the OPEC before, we'd stop looking at the call on OPEC. We do something called call on US supply. CUSP is the way we look at the oil market, where we take the whole 105 million barrels a day and work out where the demand is. And on that basis, the US needs to double its oil production right now, believe it or not. That's the level of call that there is at the 10 million barrel a day mark. Literally the market's calling for 10 million barrels a day more US oil. And at the moment, we just, as you know, hit record exports here over 13 million barrels a day, which is another amazing number.
Well, it'd be great if we can commercial,
Oracle. Let's see what Oracle's doing. Oracle.
Appreciate your time today. Thanks for making it. Paul, thank you.
Looking for more upside. Okay, Oracle.
I don't like it. Missive note. I don't know. There it is. Get the QR code. Thank you.
Coming up, Econ Recon. Oil prices moving lower, but still above 100 a barrel. We'll have fallouts of high energy prices on the global economy. JP Morgan's Bruce Kasman is next.
Bitcoin. Bitcoin, of course, is giving us a bullish signal. So it looks like the trend is going to continue. We're just gradually grinding up. RSI rising. So stocks like or assets like Bitcoin 2 times strategy, Coinbase, these should do okay. Marathon and Riot, IBIT, IBIT, looking a little better. IBIT. So those are doing well. Let's see what else is working. Okay, Paramount Skydance. This is one that's worth a look. Paramount Skydance. If this starts to follow through, notice the Bollinger Bands are turning inward, so we're probably going to consolidate here for a few days. Not a big hurry, but once this starts moving, you might be able to get about 10 or 15% out of this one on shares. The recent high was 14. The 200 day is right near that area. So if we get a move higher, maybe 10, 15% on your shares. Okay, watching RSI. Stochastics turning. This is what I like about it. Stochastics MACD turning up. So it looks like dips will get bought. Dips should get bought. All right, so that's Paramount Skydance. SIBO, big move today. First Solar, turning the corner. First Solar. Okay, first solar looks pretty good. What about N phase? ENPH? ENPH. Okay, these are bouncing. Solar Edge, SEDG, Sunrun. What's the tracker? What's the tracker solar tracking stock? Do you remember what that is? Solar tracking stock. Next power. NXT, is that it? NXT? NXT, next tracker. That's okay. AMD is hanging out at the highs. Okay, Oracle fading a bit more. Oracle, Tesla still hanging out at the highs.
Jared Woods on this morning, the CEO of Exxon. He warned that we could see an increasing impact on price.
Well, that's the point. I think most oil price shocks we've seen in the past, the first thing that happens is people scramble for oil. This has been really unusual in that supply has come down and we're drawing inventories down. People are expecting this to be resolved very quickly, but that creates a tension if expectations.
Okay, let's keep an eye on Tesla.
With the straight close, you do run the risk that something shifts behaviorally that creates nonlinear moves on price.
When you say nonlinear, I think about Japan. I was teasing about this a little bit earlier on, but they're having to defend the currency. We're seeing global bond yields back up. Said interest rate policy a little bit askew. What should the Federal Reserve do here?
I think the Federal Reserve is doing the right thing. It's expressing patience, and I think the Fed will continue to, in the context of two-sided risk. I think there's more concern that other central banks, I think the ECB perhaps at the top of the list, starts to get nervous. They have more concern about their inflation targets, and they begin to move rates up. But the Fed is an anchor here, and I do want to emphasize it's an anchor for a lot of other central banks. It's an anchor for what you're seeing in the equity markets. I don't think the Fed is going to break from that, but I do think we should understand that if we get through this, we're going to be sitting with energy prices more elevated. We're going to be sitting with 3% inflation as a more persistent part of the environment. And probably if we're right that labor markets start to improve, the weakness in supply suggests that the unemployment rate is going to start to drift down. So in our forecast, the Fed is a very important support right now, but looking forward 6 or 9 months in the constructive scenario, the Fed's going to have pressure to hike rates.
I follow Jim Paulson's work still. You probably know him over the years, but he recently was kind of jumping on the bandwagon of saying, look, yes, we have 3% inflation, but if we keep rates where they are, they're somewhat restrictive. If you were to perceive these as, kind of price shocks, we could be holding back the U.S. economy. Would you be sympathetic to the idea that even against those scary headlines, 3%, because this is acting as a drag on the consumer and ultimately maybe something bigger, would looser rates be appropriate?
No, I don't think so right now. I think we have an environment in which the economy is doing okay. It's got imbalances in terms of the components of demand, but it's doing okay. I think we're starting to see some cyclical lift in hiring. It's not going to be dramatic, but the problem is we have a very weak labor supply with tightness there, and we have persistent 3% inflation. I think the right thing is for the Fed to stay on hold now, balance the risks, but I do think the pressure, if we do not have a more serious energy price shock to deal with, is that the pressure is going to lean in the direction of the Fed having to think about raising rates.
All right. Bruce, thanks for joining us. difficult macro environment for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bruce Kasman, JP Morgan.
All right, up next, the Iran war entering now its third month. Shipping traffic in the Strait of Hormuz still not what it was before the war began. So what's the real state of the Strait? One of the leading marine insurers in the world, Axis Capital, live, rare, and exclusive interview. Next. All right, before the break, we focused on the role that oil plays in shaping the global economy. Now we're going to turn to the fast-moving developments around the Strait of Hormuz and in the Persian Gulf. 2 months now, entering our third in the war, shipping traffic through the waterway, as you can see on that live marine traffic map. Still not at a standstill, but it's close. Even as uncertainty grips the region, some insurers continue to underwrite ships through the critical waterway, but there are a lot of specifics around that. Your next guest company is a leading specialty insurance provider, including in regions of war and conflict. Joining us now in an exclusive interview is Vince Tizio. He is the CEO of Axis Capital. Vince, good to have you on the set. Perfect timing. Nice to be with you both. All right, so straight direct question. If I'm a ship owner and I want
Okay, arms backing off.
to go through the Strait of Hormuz right now, can I get one?
You can. It'll be selective in terms of the companies that you're.
Got about an hour and 23 minutes to go. Markets are backing off now after a pretty decent run up.
25 years. We're celebrating our 25th year. The answer directly is yes. It'll be selective. It'll cost more than it did before the conflict, and the terms and conditions may be modified.
How much might it cost relative to just the normal insurance?
Well, in terms of the coverage itself, I think you're pointing to the marine war exposure, which is the coverage that would be drawn upon when you're going through the strait. It could cost as much as a third more than the traditional policy that you buy now.
How do you measure your industry, not just Axis,
but your industry, how do you measure risk now? Because we don't really even know who's running parts of Iran. That's part of the challenge. So the uncertainty that is existing in all forms of insurance coverage, whether it be energy-related assets or otherwise, accounts for the uncertainty. How do we account for it? Well, obviously, we have to know, in the case of marine, the origin of the ship, the vessel, the captain, the crew, what's on the cargo, how old is the ship, what is the pathway that they're seeking to go through, how long will they go through it, are just a number of the factors we will account for.
Vince, if we can jump in for just a moment, stay right there. We have some breaking news out of Washington. Eamon Jabber is bringing the details. Eamon.
Kelly, President Trump has sent letters to Congress informing them that in his view, the hostilities with Iran have ended. Now, he says this on the 60th day of hostilities, and that's a significant threshold because the War Powers Act requires the president to get Congress's approval for any conflict that lasts longer than an official declaration of war. What the president is arguing in these letters that he sent both to Chuck Grassley on Capitol Hill and to the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, is that the ceasefire that he put in place on April 7th ends the hostilities. He says on April 7th, 2026, I ordered a 2-week ceasefire. The ceasefire has since been extended. There has been no exchange of fire between the United States forces and Iran since April 7th, 2026. The hostilities that began on February 28th, 2026 have terminated. He goes on to say that there remains a significant elevated threat from the country of Iran, and U.S. forces continue to adjust their posture accordingly. So by implication, the war could resume at some future date. But what he's suggesting here is that the hostilities were finite.
Hedge flows backing off now.
There was no need for a war powers resolution, and if they were to begin again, that would in effect be another new period of hostility between the United States and Iran, a separate war, if you will. And that would not require congressional authorization or a declaration of war. So some legal maneuvering here around what the ceasefire means in terms of the president's authority to continue to conduct combat operations in Iran in the future.
But Eamon, in other words, they faced a May 1 deadline. That 60 days from the start of, he sent the letter 60 days ago saying we're beginning, this war, and so this was the day it had to be. Well, are we asking for approval or ending it? And so the president saying we've ended it because of the ceasefire.
The president saying we've ended it, and effectively he's arguing here that he could restart the clock.
Right.
If he has another military incursion into Iran, he could say this is an entirely different war. Therefore, I've got another 60-day period to work with. So, what he's saying here is that he doesn't want Congress sticking his nose in the Iranian business, and he'll keep them updated as things develop.
All right, Eamon, thank you very much, Eamon Jowers.
So, Vince, Mike, you're one of the world's leading war risk providers. Is the war over?
The uncertainty that we have today will remain the same tomorrow, notwithstanding what we just heard. I think it's way.
Why is that? The president, I think what he said.
Do these technicalities?
Is the war over? Is that what they just said? I don't know. I was trying to understand.
The escalation of risk still exists, certainly in this marine underwriter point of view. And so I think that we're going to have to wait for more facts and circumstances and take decisions accordingly. Nonetheless, listen, this is an area that is still facing hostility. And in the last 3 months, 34 odd ships have been impacted, 19 of which have had substantial harm and 2 have sunk. And so we'll have to take this announcement in measure. Certainly we'll watch as the ships start to progress through the strait and elsewhere within the Persian Gulf. And we'll assume our risks in a measured way.
I think one thing you could say about this is, however the president is technically categorizing it, Iran is still in charge of the strait, more or less. Is that right?
Yeah, and also marine ships still have to have insurance coverage. And so we're going to continue to honor our obligation to our insured. We'll selectively write new business for ships that want to go through any of those passageways. But before we were listening to the president's announcement, we were talking about 2 things. One, war, which is tailored in war conflicted areas, and we were talking about marine insurance generally. And I think the notion of having marine insurance today remains the same with or without any conflict. The only change is whether or not the coverage of war is triggered in our policy.
Does the insurance market generally be, how much does insurance?
All right, stocks are definitely seeing profit taking now.
Things like terror risk, because even
some Houthi rebel with an RPG on his shoulder in a boat isn't going to fire at somebody in the Red Sea. So how does this mess with the market for months or years to come?
It has broad implication, and you pointed to one of the more topical areas today, the political war, political violence and terror market. It's a large market. It's what most of us have been commenting on in our first quarter earnings releases, those of us that have exposures to the Middle East. So it will have continued impact. In terms of the marine exposure, again, the marine exposure will be heightened, notwithstanding the war. You point to Houthis, there'll be other forms of aggression that come out, whether it's pirates, whether it's the Houthis, or if it's some of the Iranians themselves. And so I think we'll have a wait and see. We'll continue to honor our obligation to our existing insureds and stay the course.
But if I came to you and said, I'm going to make a go for it, you would think you would extend me that coverage at a price.
For our existing insured, we've extended that. For a new insured, we would have to underwrite it, understand a whole range of factors, some of which I talked about before the break.
Right. So I think it's also this being the case that you can get coverage if you want to go for it. Someone last hour said, I think one of the problems perhaps with the market is that we see more memes than we see facts about what's happening in the Strait. So even hearing you relay the number of ships that have been sunk or targeted, I mean, we don't see a lot of this news day by day. And do you expect that situation to improve, that of the proportion who are trying to make it through, that fewer of them are targeted or sunk?
I think it'll improve over time, and as more access is permitted, as more confidence in the waterways is assured, you'll continue to get more real-time information. Today, it's spotty, it's inconsistent, and you have to corroborate it often.
I would imagine that in the last couple of years, for many reasons, with COVID, with the pandemic, with this war, with climate emergency, whatever you want to call it, that your market, access capital, reinsurance, insurance has changed dramatically in the last few years. Correct?
For sure. I think the macro, the interconnectedness of the global economy, whether it's born out of climate-related issues, cyber, goods and services being transported differently than they had been in the past, the notion of an interconnected global economy and the provision of specialty products that we bring to the global economy has changed. And the speed and the velocity of change is particularly the challenge to make sure that our policies are responsive to the needs of our insureds.
Vince Tizio, Access Capital, really appreciate you coming on and kind of rolling with the breaking news right in the middle, despite the fact that I've never seen it before, so I appreciate you coming on. There you go. Thank you.
Let's get to Angelica Peoples now for the CNBC News Update. Angelica?
Hey, Kelly. Well, United Airlines says it is preparing to support Spirit Airlines customers and staff in the event of a shutdown. The statement comes after a Wall Street Journal report today that the budget airline is preparing to cease operations after a federal government deal fell through. President Trump confirmed earlier this afternoon that the two are still in negotiations and that he has hopes that something will materialize today or tomorrow. The Archdiocese of New York has offered a settlement payment of $800 million to 1,300 sexual abuse survivors. According to reports, documents related to abusers in the church would also be released. The offer follows an $880 million settlement by the Archdiocese of Los Angeles in 2024. And Oscar winner Pavel Telankin will have his trophy returned to him after it was confiscated by airport security, who confused it with a weapon. Telankin won Best Documentary for his film Mr. Nobody Against Putin. His co-director David Borenstein posted yesterday on social media that the Oscar was missing. The airline Lufthansa said it has apologized to Telankin for the inconvenience. That is certainly one notable mix-up, Kelly. Back over to you. Glad you got it back. Angelica, thanks.
The Pentagon is moving deeper into AI, signing a deal with 7 major tech companies, although one major player is missing. That's Anthropic. Defense Department Chief Technology Officer said on CNBC that Anthropic remains a supply chain risk, but that Mythos, its powerful AI model, is a separate issue.
We have to make sure that our networks are hard enough because that model has capabilities that are particular to finding cyber vulnerabilities and patching them.
Anthropic says the model can identify and even exploit weaknesses across nearly every major operating system and web browser. Let's bring in Jen Easterly. She's the former director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. She's also the CEO of RSAC, which is one of the biggest cybersecurity conferences in the world. Jen, it's great to see you. And I've seen, some who say, we have to be really careful about Mythos and others who say it's a bit of marketing. Maybe there are other chatbots out there who have just as sophisticated capabilities. And if that's the case, you certainly would hope that companies defenses are up.
Yeah, well, it's great to be with you. So it's good to step back just a little bit because I think something has gotten lost in the hype, the messaging around all of this. I think it's important to understand that at the end of the day, every modern business,
Microsoft trying to hold up.
right, banks are
Everything else, chip-wise, AMD, Intel, those continue to fade a bit. Tesla, NVIDIA.
over several decades and delivered with flaws and defects. We call them vulnerabilities. Mr. Michael referred to them in his comments. And we have those vulnerabilities because of incentives that have led to speed to market and features and convenience and cost all prioritized over security. So I often say we don't actually have a cybersecurity problem. We have a software quality problem. So what is most significant about this period of time and these class of AI-enabled cyber capabilities, whether it's Mythos or we will very likely see additional classes of very powerful capabilities, is that they may finally actually give cyber defenders the ability to find and fix those flaws in software at a speed and a scale that was never previously possible. So that's the very optimistic part of the story.
Right.
But at the same time, as you alluded to, these are capabilities that can also be used by criminals and hostile nations to actually find and exploit and potentially cause enormous damage. And that's why I fundamentally believe that this moment has to be treated as a national security inflection point that requires, whole of nation, public, private, collaborative efforts to drive the identification and remediation of these vulnerabilities before these tools become more widely available for use by our adversaries and end up doing enormous damage. Right?
Sure, jump in here. So your role was CISA, the Director of Cybersecurity and Infrastructure, this agency, which, this was under Biden. The fact that we have one at all suggests this is the post that should do exactly what you described.
Schlumberger, some of the energy stocks getting a little bounce here. Schlumberger, 60-minute on the right side.
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. Look, government itself has a critical role, and you're seeing this in discussions happening at the Pentagon, at the White House, in coordinating and to some extent constraining the responsible deployment of these very powerful AI capabilities.
Schlumberger, let's see what the rest of these energy stocks look like. Apache, ConocoPhillips, Chevron. Okay, those look okay.
To serve as America's cyber defense agency and as the national coordinator for critical infrastructure resilience and security. So this is a moment where CISA and the Department of Homeland Security has to be empowered.
Datadog, all these. Datadog breaking out. Nice little shallow cup building the right side of the pattern here. Datadog moving above the 200-day. Looking for a follow through. First Solar, of course, having a good day. Looks like a trend break on First Solar. What's Oracle doing now? Oracle. Okay, Oracle having a better day. Did fade from the highs of the day, but starting to show signs of phase 2. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We got just about an hour and 9 minutes to go for the rest of this session. Friday, May the 1st. Generally a pretty good day. Generally, it's a pretty good day. Okay, let's look at some of our indicators. S&P. The weekly. 5 weeks up. A lot of people are looking for a pullback. That could happen. Just citing the previous occasion where we took out a previous high after the after the tariffs were announced, and then The president said it was a good time to buy at the low of that pullback. Once we move back above 61.47, we produce that first bullish candle, follow through candle, and we just continue to follow the 10 EMA. So until otherwise, we're looking for reason to believe that this can continue. You can see that in the New York Stock Exchange to a degree. New York Stock Exchange got rejected at this resistance level right along this area. We talked about that this morning. Advanced decline percent, advanced decline. Those all, except for small caps, have basically stalled. NASDAQ looks okay. It's not pointing down like the S&P. Now we have the New York FANG components working somewhat with Apple earnings out and the rest earnings on Thursday. Okay, so S&P just kind of hanging out here near the zero line, but not really that concerning. Not really that concerning at the moment. Okay, it is a gravestone doji. All right, so this could be a reversal candle, come back to 7,200. The fact that we got above 7,200 this week, highlighting the strength that the bulls managed to hold on to. 7,300 overhead, 7,280 was today's resistance zone. We saw that earlier this morning. If I scroll back to the open, you can see that all of this positive gamma was resistance. As we rallied through the day, that became resistance into 1030, and then we started to see these trades come off. So that is resistance for now. Okay, this is where we are right now. Hedge flows backing off the highs of the day. So we got about an hour and 5 minutes to go, hour and 6 minutes. I would just say collect your profits if that's what you're interested in doing. Energy's seeing a little bit of a bounce. New York FANG components, everything's pretty much faded from the high. But generally a pretty good day. Apple gapping up, of course, giving back almost all of this bullish candle. We still got the gap below. Maybe next week we follow through. I'm not doing anything with Apple. I've just been taking a few things off here and there.
Intel coming off its best month ever and creeping back close to $100 a share. I think Jim said there's no bear case for Intel anymore. It feels that way. For me, it's Caterpillar. It also hit a record high after its earnings. They raised their full-year revenue outlook, driven by strength in the power equipment business. And with the AI boom going on, everywhere you look, Caterpillar's well-positioned. The company's more efficient. They have a new CEO now, and they are coming off their best month since 2020. It's a data center play because I know we think of them as tractors, but they're taking the giant engines, basically turbines, converting them to push natural gas into the data center. Great story. More Power Lunch after the break.
All right. A little over an hour to go. Apple's still fading. S&P 500. All right. S&P. Let's see what the Qs look like. Qs. IWM, small caps, a little better, holding up a little bit better. Maybe we'll get a little pop end of day.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would become?
I don't even know if they could envision it to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing of houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Intel hanging in there, I guess. Just below 100. Briefly pushed above it. Not much to do at the moment.
Happy Friday. It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marlene King, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters. Show. We will check in on crypto with the head of strategy over at Coinbase to discuss institutional demand for crypto, why tokenization is revolutionary for crypto, and what the future holds for stablecoins. And later we'll be joined by the co-founder and CEO of Return Pro to discuss how retailers are dealing.
Okay, AMD is a bit oversold now. AMD looking for an end of day bounce. You can see RSI down at the bottom. Let's see here. AMD. Not much time left to do anything. It's 301. Oversold. Yeah, it looks like we're just going to. I wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't do anything the rest of the day. You might get a couple of scalps here. We'll see what happens. AMD oversold. NVIDIA is oversold. Maybe we get some short covering. That's about it. NVIDIA. Intel. Okay, we got a little bit oversold there, Intel. Now we're starting to run back up. Let's see what the 3 minute, 5 minute looks like. 3 minute.
Well, one, I think that the market's rising for the right reasons, Scott, because it's rising because the tail risks are abating, and we've had good fundamentals. In fact, earnings have been good enough that estimates are going up, and the leadership is coming from the groups that we want to see, which has been the Mag 7 and the tech and the cyclicals, and that's what you want to see if the market is showing sort of economic resilience. So I'd say for now, our base case is tracking. We still think we're going to make a good move towards 7,300 for the S&P 500. And today we did raise software, which is also the ETF IGB, to be a top pick sector alongside Mag 7 and crypto.
So let me ask you this. I hear you. Market's obviously rising for the quote-unquote right reason. I mean, earnings growth in April, this is amazing, was projected to be 14.1%. We're clocking 28% earnings growth.
Yeah.
That's remarkable. That's why the market's been looking outside of the oil complex and away from the war and any of the other, rising rates from time to time. The market is just not having it because it's busy feasting on these earnings.
That's right, Scott. In some ways, like, it's showing you that revenue growth, which has been better, is delivering each dollar upside to revenue is delivering a lot of earnings growth. So there is a margin story at work, which people would say is productivity, but it shows you the return on investment for the U.S. economy is also going up. Meaning, I do think that this is an example of AI actually having positive payoffs for the economy and for earnings.
Yeah, what about tech, Tom, and areas of
All right, we're trying to turn here. Watch Intel. Intel's holding up very good. I got a feeling it's going to run in today. Intel.
15%. You've had a bit of narrower breadth in the market, to which Goldman's Ben Snyder today says sharply narrowing breadth has historically indicated equity market drawdown risk. S&P's up 14% from the low in March. The median S&P constituent, however, remains 13% below its respective high. How do you reconcile that?
I think that I'm going to look at this as a series of rolling bear markets, because we know the Mag 7 and the software stocks peaked a lot earlier.
Mondo. Best case scenario, I'll move back to 72.55. Hedge flows are got a lot of positive, a lot of negative gamma here. That means people are long. Go to non-zero. Go to 0 day. A lot of longs right in this area. Not much.
What does that tell us? Well, I know strong markets tend to, and I'm going to sound not very original, but strong markets stay strong. So I think the strength that we've seen is a good sign. And we also know, when we look at the data, that institutional investors caught the bottom. But I think in 2026, it's retail that kind of missed the low. But they have a lot of firepower. So
Okay, so we can see the dealer's long here. I mean, the dealer's short, market's long.
broadening can take place, because, as you know, retail investors do like small mid-cap stocks as well.
But does anything worry you? Like the semis, some of these names, Tom, are just up insanely. I'm not saying it's not justified, but the moves are less like, are you kidding me? I mean, Intel, for example, is a double in a month. More so. You have some of the semiconductor names that are up like 70, 60, 50, 40%. And I'm not talking about a few either. I'm talking about, it looks like a dozen or more have had absolutely parabolic moves.
Scott, and it's great to see the recovery there, because we know that there's shortage. We also have to keep in mind that earlier this year, they all went into a cliff dive. The multiples for the most important stocks are still very reasonable. As we know, NVIDIA is barely trading above a market multiple and still trades at a discount to what investors pay for both safe stocks like Staples,
Costco and Walmart, which traded almost 50 times earnings. So I think that the market is reallocating capital, which is appropriate, but I think that
Okay, can we get a run here? I'm watching IWM as well.
that's why we have low multiples, because the earnings are probably even higher than we expect them to be.
Wow. I mean, what do you think is the most underappreciated part of the market right now?
Well, I think that the most contrarian trade to make is that software stocks probably have bottomed, because they've now reached a 10-year low relative to the S&P. So you're pretty much buying software as if this is 2016. And so software, I think, has upside. But if that's true, then the risks around private credit are probably overstated. And so
Intel, looking for Intel to continue.
do better, and that takes a tail risk away from the market. So I think software and parts of financials might be under.
Yeah, he just said the same thing I'm thinking. Semis and financials in particular, are underappreciated. This could get going next week. So not much to do here. You can see Bollinger Bands coming together. That's telling you prices are going to stay in this general area for now. Bollinger Band signaling consolidation. Semiconductors, I'm pretty impressed with semiconductors. So much so I had to take the SOXS off. I took that position off because we weren't dropping SOXS. Okay, New York Fangs looked a lot better earlier. Okay. Still bullish. RSI rising. MACD stochastics embedded more or less. Okay, Intel. Is Intel going to go here? Watch Intel. Watch AMD. AMD oversold, turning. You see the see RSI down below. Let's see how we do here. Okay. AMD. Okay, go to the 1 minute chart. 1 minute. Okay, looks like a look. There you go. There's that telltale oversold condition. Looks like it's going to run. I wish there was more time. I would take a trade here, but not much time left. Okay, IWM. Trying to turn back up, IWM. I got the 280 calls, so I'm hoping that we can get a little bit more traction here.
This earnings run that we're on is pretty astounding. As I said, we were expecting 14% earnings growth like a month ago, and now we're doing 28%, which is just simply remarkable. I don't remember a time in which we beat the expectations.
Yeah, that looks good. We're starting to turn more forcefully now.
Issues I think you had in the not so distant past is that you weren't so sure that earnings were going to be able to meet that moment. And
turning back up. Okay, S&P 500. Let's see, S&P. IWM looking better. IWM. The Qs. Okay, everything is turning. So
Hey, Scott. Yeah, no, I mean, I like to be honest, and when I'm wrong about calls, I'm wrong. Look, we've had a great call. I get what you're saying about the multiple contract for the market. I also been worried about that, and the earnings in the second half of the year. The market went down March 30th. We got bullish, and we said the grade 8 would lead on the way out. So for a change, we're getting it right in both directions, and I still think the market's going to trend higher. I do think the earnings expectations.
AMD. I swiped in the wrong direction there. Messed that up. Okay. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Okay, so we're good. All right, I swiped in the wrong direction there.
Yes, the earnings are strong, but it's isolated to the revenue beneficiaries from the hyperscaler capex. And the second thing I just say is look, I don't think you can use things.
AMD turning back. Okay, AMD turning. Watch Intel. AMD. Intel turning.
we had a lot of breadth in Q1 and the market was bad, right? So I don't really think that's a great indicator. Personally, I think Nvidia and the market will be pretty tied. I don't think the S&P.
Okay, we got RSI oversold, AMD, Intel turning back up. Let's see what S&P looks like. S&P 500, same. S&P, SPX, same scenario. Bullish turn. Shorts covering.
But it doesn't account for all of these other companies that are reporting really
still high in absolute terms.
And surprising in their own right, which I think adds a little more credibility, Adam, to the earnings story.
Okay, dealers are short. You can see the dealer short right here. Okay, that's dealer short. Dealer short. Market long. Okay, so we could 7250 is max, 7250, 7250 resistance.
Has been cleared by a lot of companies. I don't really believe what Tom said is right about AI broadly. I think that's actually it's bullish and that more of it's in front of us. We track every company in the earnings call transcripts. Only 16% of the
Rising now. Okay.
even saying they're implementing AI yet. So I think the bull case is actually more about productivity that's in front of us than what we're seeing now. That's probably the most bullish thing I can think of.
Lately, we've ignored resistance, end of day, especially Fridays. Just so you know, the track record has been we blast right through it. Microsoft looking a little better. So is Tesla. Okay, not bad. Meta is being a meta pain in the ass. Meta. There goes Intel. Intel. Okay, watch Intel. Let's go see what Intel's doing. Okay, here's the S&P turning back up. Look at the oversold condition down here. RSI down below. Oversold turning back up. This is good for about a move back to 7250. That's VWAP. S&P 7250 is VWAP as well.
You say, and I like the language here because I want you to expand on it. You say we're dancing, not well. Personal statement, obviously.
Okay, nice little turn there.
But are also staying in close proximity to the door, just inching closer and closer and closer. Why so?
Well, the way that we look at markets is obviously the tape is the dominant factor, right? So whether we're dancing or not is really about the tape. Is the tape moving in the right direction or not moving in the right direction? And right now, it's moving in the right direction. How confident we are in that direction has to do.
Nice little follow through there. Intel looking for a close above 100. That would be a really nice present.
Which is really this juxtaposition between growth data and inflation data that we collect. And right now it's in a zone that all the way back to 1948, we look at this data, and it's in the worst zone that you'd expect for forward returns for the S&P. That's because what we're seeing out of oil, and that's also because growth is kind of middling right here. So for us, the tape is the dominant factor. Are we bullish? Are we bearish? We're bullish because of the tape, but given these underlying conditions, it's not usually a tape that you expect to see really, really strong forward performance out of. So again, we're playing. We talked on Tuesday about the bubble indicator that we have.
S&P, nice reversal. Good job there, folks. Good job. Netflix still hasn't recovered yet. Netflix. Intel looking good. Can we close above 100? We definitely would get some shorts cover. I'm sure there's probably some stops overhead. Anyone who's holding premium, selling premium, they're probably going to have stops above this level. Okay. Stops up here. Okay, so I wouldn't be surprised to see this test those stops overhead. Intel. Okay, Microsoft. Okay, higher lows. Can we get a higher high? There goes IWM. IWM pushing a bit higher. Okay, there goes IWM.
Well, I mean, always respect technicals, right? And so I think he's just like calling balls and strikes around what he's seen.
IWM, go, go, go. Go, go, gadget.
It's never different.
Okay, we got plenty of time left. 42 minutes, 40 seconds. Plenty of time to run this up. For those of you trading S&P, 7250. 7250 is resistance. That's VWAP as well. Okay, S&P 7250. That's VWAP right there, 7250. Can we do it? Okay, IWM. Okay, IWM starting to clear. Okay, IWM is clearing highs. There goes IWM. IWM. High of the week. That's the high of the week, right? Let's see. Daily. High of the week. Almost there. We're almost there. Last week we hit the high. All right, so almost a new high. IWM. Okay, IWM trying to make a new all-time high. Okay. Okay, run it. There's got some stops up here, I'm almost certain. Okay, so there's your high right there. All right, it looks like we're making a new all-time high right now. Okay. This is the high right here, sorry. That's the high right there. Okay. Okay, there's your new all-time high coming in. If we can manage it, get some shorts to cover, maybe some stops overhead. Okay, there goes AMD. AMD turning up now. AMD turning up. Hi, Goose. How you doing, baby? You hungry? Here you go. Here you go. Oh, you want some too? There you go. Okay. Come on, let's get some shorts to cover here. Okay.
Gross margins were much better than we thought, both in the March quarter
What you looking for?
and as they guided to the June quarter.
Drinks?
Again, you just talked about memory costs. Apple's one of the largest buyers of memory.
This side of the
Consumer market, so we were a bit concerned coming into the
you know where the wash basin is? Turn around and look right there. You'll see the plastic bag. Okay, we're making a new high here. All right, so we're about to go. See if we can't push through this area, get some stops, take some stops out. IWM. You can see the all-time high right there. Okay.
So listen, what Tim Cook said on the call was that memory is a significant cost headwind in the June.
S&P still pushing. IWM turning up. Intel also looking good. Intel.
Stops above that 100 level.
Those are typically your more margin-rich products. They are pressuring their non-memory.
That's previous high there.
If you think about the bill of materials, the majority of the bill of materials is not memory, so they're pressuring those suppliers.
IWM. IWM. Okay, can we get something going here? IWM.
Using low-cost memory inventory that they've had on their books, eventually that will run down. But those are kind of the four main factors that they're using right now. I think kind of three of those are sustainable beyond the June quarter. We don't know how much
IWM.
they still have, but then you get a new lever as we move into.
Okay, AMD turned up nicely. Intel's turning up as well. All right, NVIDIA just bounced back up, so shorts covering.
Talking about the potential for using pricing as a lever to protect against memory costs. So that's in our model, but that's going to be a new lever that we have moving into the September quarter that we don't have in the June quarter.
What do you make of China plus 28%? I mean, this was a real company for what feels like the longest time. Yeah. And it's like 20%, I think, thereabout of overall revenues. So is it back? Is that business firmly back?
I'm not going to go insofar as to say it's firmly back. We've seen basically a solid year of performance, not totally consistent, but if you remember back to the June quarter of last year.
Okay, NVIDIA turned up nicely too. NVIDIA. All right, so we're seeing some short covering on Netflix. That might start to turn now. They're still basing Intel. I thought Netflix would get something going, but nah. They had other plans. Amazon was looking for more upside on Amazon.
There's two things. One, China has been a declining business for Apple for the better part of 5 years. We're seeing elongated replacement cycles kick in and people just upgrading their phone in China. And then secondarily, we've written about this as well, that there are challenges in the broader smartphone market.
Okay, IWM trying to push a bit higher. IWM.
Last night was record switchers in the quarter, meaning users coming from basically Android phones and buying iPhones. That's happening in China as well. So is that sustainable? We'll have to see. But ultimately, China is a bit of a fickle market. But what really excites us about China as we look forward with Apple is the launch of a foldable. China is very much
Tesla, not able to get back above 397.75 or so. All right, maybe something. All right, let's get IWM to eclipse 280. I had the 280 call for today. Not much left in those. See if we pop. I don't have any S&P left, right? No S&P left. Okay, we got 35 minutes to go. 35 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Betting, coming to you from closingprint.com. Staring at IWM, looking for a follow through. A little pop here.
Of this company. I think that's well thought by just about everybody. In the anthology of where Apple is,
okay, S&P still looking fairly strong off the lows.
They had to get through some really difficult supply chain issues, the pandemic, and otherwise. Is this the right kind of leader at the...
All right, we're trying to make a new all-time high on IWM.
Besides kind of supply chain prowess was he turned a cyclical hardware company into a technology platform, right? Look at how the multiple has expanded under Tim Cook's leadership. I'm not saying that that financial returns and buybacks didn't contribute to what we saw. But
AMD back up to the highs of the day. Nice. Intel trying to get above 100 right here. A close above 100 will be a topic of conversation over the weekend. What's okay, there goes Microsoft trying to pop here. Microsoft trying to pop. Okay, watch Microsoft here. Okay, Microsoft. Okay, you can see Microsoft trying to go right here. Okay, so
A long-legged doji yesterday. Microsoft. Long-legged doji. Decent sized candle today. Pretty narrow range. Looking for more follow through though. S&P still pushing. This is good. This is good. Good. S&P 500 still good. Turning back up. All right, so we're getting very close to that resistance level, guys. 72.50. Okay. All right, so was that added there? Was that added? Negative gamma? Not really. Okay, that's resistance. That's resistance. Okay, so that looks good. IWM trying to push some more.
Around the world. So having Tim to be able to stay there and help John Turnus as executive chairman, I think is still very helpful for the
32 minutes to go. 32 minutes to go in this session. May 1st. 32 minutes to go. Microsoft trying to go right here. Microsoft trying to go. Watch Microsoft. Okay, that's going to help. That should help the S&P. Microsoft turning back up. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft turning back up. Good. Okay. Okay, IWM briefly above that high. All right, Microsoft still looking good. Okay, Microsoft, IWM trying to go here. IWM. A lot of things testing the highs. That's good. Good for the bulls. All right, we got 29 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Microsoft still pushing. Google trying to make a new high. Google. AMD backing off now. S&P just got rejected near VWAP. S&P. Okay, we got close to VWAP. Imagine some people be taking some profits here. It was a nice little bounce. RSI turning back down.
Tobacco oil's falling today. Exxon and Chevron are both lower after reporting results. Kevin Stevens here with a look at the energy space for us today. Why are these names down?
Microsoft.
Because it is taking a leg lower after earlier in the session, Iran sent an updated peace proposal to mediators in Pakistan, although President Trump later said that while Iran wants to make a deal, he's, quote, not satisfied with it. Meantime, Exxon and Chevron year ago. The surge in oil prices beginning in March did help to offset some production outages, but barrels are still offline, especially for Exxon. CEO Darren Woods telling CNBC about 15% of the company's output has been impacted by the war. He also said the market has not yet seen the full impact of the supply disruption, saying, quote, there's more to come if the strait remains closed. Now, the administration has called on big oil to increase output, but Exxon and Chevron not meaningfully adjusting their production plans at this point. Scott?
No, in fact, the CFO of Chevron said specifically in an article that I read, they're focused on free cash flow.
That's right.
Not drilling.
That's right, and they have said again and again that they are focused on sustainable growth, steady growth, and shareholder returns in the forms of buybacks and dividends. That has been their priority, continues to be their priority. And also
Microsoft trying to push a bit more. Intel just below 100. AMD also got rejected just now. Tesla, looks like people just taking profits off now. Google at the highs. Just shy of the high of the day, Google. Microsoft, Nvidia turning back up. A shift in the Mag 7. What does that mean? Somebody going to take somebody's place? All right, so Wapner just hinted to perhaps one of the Mag 7 losing its place. Who might it be? Microsoft, Tesla? Be aware of it. That could have an impact. There goes Google. Google's on the move here. There goes Google. Okay, nice little pop on Google. New highs. All right. Okay. Google looking good here. All right, Google, nice job. Google. IWM, what are you doing, IWM? IWM pulling back.
Discussion is certainly one that is trendy and has been on the rise for several years here. But Senator, how do you address if this is a real people actually genuinely care about the sustainability component, or if it's rather a stated intent in the survey and they just want to make sure they're on the bandwagon?
Well, if you look at e-commerce as a whole, multi-channel marketplaces have been growing at about 30%, while the internet grows at less than 10%. So there is a trend for consumers to go to these secondary markets and buy some of these products. Primarily, you find these multi-channel marketplaces having secondary market sellers, and those secondary market sellers sell a lot.
Microsoft. Microsoft trying to push a bit higher. Intel, let's see if they close this above 100 or not. Intel.
second shelf. You have to have a very, very rigorous SaaS platform. You have to be able to understand what you're taking back from a software perspective, be able to disposition it correctly and send it to the right places. Then you have to have a pretty big network of supply chain facilities to bring that product back to life. And it takes quite a few verticals, and these are not core competencies that traditional brands and retailers have. So and there's very few companies that provide the services we provide to be able to bring those items back to life. And the expectation from the consumer is I buy something and magically it's going to appear back on the shelf. But if you bought something that has your data, it has to be wiped. If you bought a garment, it has to be sanitized. If you bought a power tool, the battery has to be checked. So there's a lot of these things that need to be done to an item to make sure that it's cohesive enough to be able to put it back on a retail shelf.
And just so our viewers have some idea of what it is that you do, Senator Sean, it's like you handle tens of millions of returns for retailers, huge companies, Walmart, big gas pro shops. I mean, huge companies that we interact with on a daily basis. But part of what you've also done is that you have, in one of the metrics I saw, say 75 million pounds of diverted waste. So we've keeping that out of landfills. In terms of actual environmental or cost savings at scale, what does that translate to?
So first of all, that number is derived from, first of all, miles that we prevent from that product being shipped multiple times. A lot of these items, when you're talking about a big box retailer, will have policies between the vendor and the retailer themselves. In a lot of cases, the vendor is going to say, give me back my product, but then I'm going to give you a credit for it. Unfortunately, for the retailer to get the product back or to ship it, there's a lot of transportation that needs to occur. Where we step in is the technology. We basically say it's not necessary, we can handle it within our ecosystem. Additionally, we have a slew of a network of facilities across the United States, Canada, Mexico, Asia, bring these items back to life. And it takes thousands of teammates on a regular basis to, do the good old refurbishment and remanufacturing of the product, put it back into a saleable state and put it on a shelf.
Really fascinating. Thank you for teaching us more about this, Senator. We really appreciate it. At Return Pro. Coming up next is Options Corner.
Okay, not bad recovery there. Okay, Apple. All right, a little short covering on Apple, end of day. Microsoft's still going here. Microsoft. Nice little pop on Microsoft. Okay, so very quickly getting back into last week's price action, even this week's price action. I was hoping for a better reaction. I don't have anything left in Microsoft, right? Microsoft. Yes. Microsoft. Okay, yeah, I got the 430, 440 calls. 430, 440. So we got a ways to go. 430 back into the early part of this week. We get up there, those calls will be fine. So I'm not going to, that's June anyway. So June is fine. Looks like future is going to try one more time. S&P is going to try one more time at VWAP. Okay, going to try one more time here. I don't see us getting through this right here. As looks like 1.7 billion in 0 day right there at 72.50. I don't think we're going to get through that. If we do, that'll mean those dealers are going to have to cover. We could see a quick spurt to the upside. If that 72.50 is taken out, just be aware of it. I don't think it's going to happen, but if it does, the dealer is going to have to buy the underlying S&P. All right, you see it? You see it? What they're dealing with right here? Okay. So they got a hedge against that S&P. So they'd have to get through 72.50.
Welcome back to Market on Close. The shares of Roku were on the rise today after earnings top estimate that the company.
Yeah, Roku did good today. I didn't say much about it, but Roku was doing well. Okay, IWM turning back up. Roku.
All right, so the buyers at the low of the day, that was good. That's another one. I mean, if you use a 1 minute chart on these, right? 1 minute chart. This is Roku. Earlier, a couple of times, this got down to oversold over here at around 11:30. Kind of an ugly chart. Intel, what's Intel trying to do? Intel trying to go in today. Intel. Microsoft. Microsoft looked good. Just got rejected at the high of the day right there. Just got rejected. But overall, not a bad day. Not a bad day whatsoever. A lot of green. So if you took any profits off or rolled anything, I had to take Micron off because we were at my upper strike. Okay, I was at my upper strike. I had the 520, 530, 530, 540, whatever. 530, 540, I believe. Micron. Let me see what that was. Micron. I'll get back into Micron. Where are you, Micron? Oh, there you are. Okay, Micron. Okay, Micron. 525.30. So I got out over here at 530. The 530 level because I was at max profit. All right, so now we're 10 points, 11 points above that level. Good, good. I plan on having trades on Micron in the future. It looks like a good swing candidate. Just trending. Micron. Bullish and almost a bullish engulfing candle today. Nice trending position. Oracle, we're looking for that to continue as well. Oracle. Okay, nice little reversal candle. So we did respect the 21 day. Now we're looking for a trend over the next, really the next several months into next year, really. I'm looking for Oracle to be in the 250s, maybe 220s, 250s by the end of the year as phase 2 starts to kick in. The markup phase. All right, S&P getting rejected again. All right, feels like we're done. Feels like we're done. Stick a fork in it. We're done. Decent day. I don't think I have anything closing in the money, do I? I've got Robinhood. I got that expiring next week. So Robinhood.
Signifies high conviction on the part of traders.
Yeah, I mean, and with that 52-week high that we saw today, we pulled back about $4, but still right up near there. And that signal of higher conviction, are we seeing increased interest in the options action?
Yes, the sizzle was just below 4 at the time I checked earlier, so 4 times the 5-day average of options volume here. That equates to about 46,000 options changing hands here. So not the most terribly active name, but still enjoying some increased activity today. We have our top open interest month, May 15th, the front month expiration here, 23.2% of all the open interest here. The expected potential range here for that month is our orange box here, about plus or minus 8.3%. A couple big trades, May 15th, 115 calls. They bought about $362,000 worth of that particular option here. Not really clear if it was an opening or closing trade, though.
Rick, really appreciate you being with us. Take a closer look at Roku, trading up 6.3% right now at 123.
Okay, 13 minutes to go. As usual, the weekend video will be out around 2 o'clock, typically, and depending on what time I get work done. The watch list
in the Sunday evening, generally. So we'll be finishing up the week on a strong note, a bullish note, making new all-time highs. New York Fang made a pivot high. Chips chips appreciated it. They didn't fade off like we thought they might this week, so chips hung in there. Software, cloud, chips, all reporting good earnings for the most part, on average. Let me see here real quick.
Shaping the markets in real time. This is Schwab Network. Subscribe at schwabnetwork.com. Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
How's it going? First day, so sometimes next. Try it again. You could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Okay, S&P earnings season for Q1 26 showing historic strength. This is one of the reasons why I'm not that concerned about the markets pulling back dramatically. 53% of companies have reported out of approximately 265 companies. 84% beat rate. The historical average is 78%, so that's good. Revenue beat rate 81 versus 70% historical. Earnings surprise 12% versus 7.3 historical. Revenue surprise 2% versus 2%. That's about average. The quality of the beats 84% beat rate was significantly above the 5-year and 10-year averages. More importantly, for capital velocity scripts, that's something that I've been working on. The magnitude of the surprise 12.3% is nearly double the historical norm. This suggests that analysts were too conservative regarding AI efficiency and the gains in big tech and margin expansion in industrial and in energy. Profit margin records 13.4%, which is a historical record. Energy, sector leaders, information technology, financials, industrials. Energy has been the wild card. Vol versus open interest. We had some new trades like Baker Hughes, Caterpillar, NVIDIA. Worth noting that the market is rewarding beats less than usual because expectations were already so high. That makes sense. Going into the last 9 minutes, 30 seconds of the markets. Okay, so far, 53% of the companies have reported. So we got next week. Obviously, we got more upcoming. Stephen usually posts that information when it's available. You can check out the earnings channel for that data. IWM pulling back a bit. S&P pulling back. All right. But not a bad day. I mean, it is a gravestone doji. But I'd be more concerned if earnings were bad and if the beats weren't better than historical and if margins and guidance weren't bullish. And also the fact that analysts have underestimated or been too conservative in their estimates. So that's good to see us beating what analysts have been expecting. New York Stock Exchange did get rejected at this pivot resistance. That's worth noting. This 23.3, we got rejected there today. So with Bollinger Bands coming together, that's telling me to look for consolidation inside of this area. So what I would expect next week to see is, depending on what earnings look like next week, is for prices to stay pretty much in this area right in here. Okay, the reason being You can see that Bollinger Bands are turning inward, which is dictating that prices are going to stay in this area, this general area. Okay, next week into this little bit of area right there. So this is the broad market, 2,400 components, 75% of which are ADRs, or excuse me, 75% are U.S. companies, 20% now are ADRs. It used to be a little bit higher on the ADRs, but international markets have been lagging due to a lot of factors, macro factors, Iran, everything else that's going on. So the number has grown a bit. The number has grown to about 75% of the New York Stock Exchange composite is U.S. companies, 70% ADRs, and the rest, 5%, are tracking stocks and REITs. Okay, so we got about 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go. Just watching the markets. What are they going to do at the end of the day? Okay, S&P dropping back off. Microsoft had a little run up there. Just some profit taking. Intel closing near the highs of the week. Okay, we know we got stops above for next week. Intel stops are above here. You're gonna need at least one stock that runs up and takes out some stops before the end of the day, right? AMD had a good day. AMD. ARM Holdings had a good day in the morning, and then it kind of dropped off. But it's right near VWAP, so no big deal. Had a pretty decent week since Tuesday. Intel. Speaking of small caps, what I would expect that the 10-year has pulled back a little bit. Yeah, 10-year did pull back a little bit yesterday, inside day, and a doji today. Looking for that to pull back. Junk bonds. Junk bonds are telling us maybe some caution warranted. Biotechs. Biotechs, same thing, below the 50 days. So biotechs are saying be cautious next week. Biotechs, junk bonds, both of these look similar. Bitcoin had a pretty decent day. This could maybe do something over the weekend since it trades 24/7, 365. Bitcoin. This is a positive note. Bitcoin. Breath. Small caps, okay. NASDAQ. Note these two right here. Small caps and NASDAQ. NASDAQ in the lower panel. That's telling you that this could be good for next week as well. S&P and mid caps are all just kind of hanging out near the zero line. No big deal there because we've had a nice 5-week run. Not expecting gangbusters into the close. Five weeks up.
Okay, so I'm not looking for a big pullback. We could very well just kind of grind along. You can see that right after we broke above 61.47, that first week, the next week was a doji. That could be what we're faced with next week. As long as that 10 EMA keeps rising. One thing I want you to focus on, if it wasn't for the Iran conflict, you could just extend this trend right to where we are. Okay, so do you understand what I'm saying? If we didn't have the Iran conflict, this trend could have just gone right like this, could have just kept going had it not been for Iran. So when you think extended, is it really? Earnings are good. We're above the JP Morgan. We're above the JP Morgan short collar. So that's interesting. All right. So just some things to think about. It's been a great week. So enjoy it. Okay, we got less than a minute to go, 40 seconds to go. All right, hopefully I don't have anything that's going to be in the money. And that's a wrap. Okay, folks, this is my anniversary, 20-year anniversary. So I got a hard stop. Have a great weekend, everyone. We'll see you on Sunday. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's been fun. It's Friday, May the 1st, 4 p.m. straight up. Have a great evening. Enjoy your weekend. Take care.